Hello. Oh shit! You always do that. You always do 3, 2, 1, go.
It's not even like 3, 2, 1. It's like 3, 2, 1. Hi. Hello.
3, 2, 1. Hello, and welcome. We're online.
Welcome to Tragedy of Theolosion, where we are a goddamn mess, but yet you keep coming back. So really, whose fault is that?
Yes.
I am. I'm Serenity. I am your DM for today. Before we get started, we're going to go ahead and cover a couple of things for the channel. Number 1, thank you to our affiliate, Geeky Clean, where you can get a bath bomb or get soap. And sometimes free dice, depending on what you buy. They're fantastic. What the fuck is happening, Debs?
What are you doing?
Achilles got into my. He's on the top of my desk.
I just didn't know what was
I thought you were
happening.
getting attacked by one of those fuck off big bugs that just live in Australia.
No, it's winter. All of the bugs are asleep.
They're sleeping.
It's okay. You know what you could use to fight bugs? Bath bomb.
Fly spray.
Circle around. We're coming back. Full circle.
Nice.
Thank you to Sirenscape for giving us vibes to vibe with. You have done a great job for, I was gonna say, like half of our shows use them, I think.
Yes.
So thank you for that. We super appreciate it. And then next up, we do have our Patreon back. So our Patreon is now for all of our shows instead of just Witches of Woodside. So you can go ahead, join there. We have a super special process where you pay as much as you can. So if you can only do $1, but you want to enjoy all of our content, that is okay. But we just want to make sure everyone can get in on all the cool stuff we're going to have planned. So go ahead, check us out there. And we do have our Redbubble. We have all of our new merch out, and for, I believe this is the last week, we do still have some special stickers and pins available for the new Witches of Woodside, a head bust, and a special character, Specty. So if you watch that show, get some good shit. Get some good shit. And rounding this out, anything that you either donate or you purchase, like Patreon, you know, anything like that, buy from Geeky Clean or Redbubble, 10% of that is actually going to be going to our charity. And then, Sloan, would you mind talking about the charity real quick?
Yes, it is for all our donations will be going to help support folks who are fighting to #StopLine3. And it's very hard to be an activist, and the least we can do is give them a couple bucks to help pay for medical care or snacks or a lawyer. So, you know, that's where it's going. And if Line 3 is stopped, if they are successful, then our donations will instead be going to, I cannot remember the name of it. Does anyone remember the name?
I think it's Honor the Earth.
Honor the Earth.
We'll be going to Honor the Earth, a native charity suggested by Line 3 protesters. So thank you very much. That is our charity for this month.
Thank you. Sloan's always so knowledgeable in that, so I'm just like, Sloan, help. You can catch us here every Sunday at 8:30 EST or 5:30 PST. I almost said PTSD. PST. So don't do that.
Sorry.
Not that one. You can find us here every Sunday, every Monday at the same time. You can find us here doing Witches of Woodside, which is a modern day campaign. A couple of us that are here on that one, and then Wednesday, every other Wednesday, and I think this is one of the on weeks, right?
Yeah, so Sellsword will be this Wednesday, yes.
Perfect. Same time, you can catch Sellsword Saga, which is a wonderful world where mercenaries are just trying to make their way in a world that's like science and magic is all combined. It's really cool. Every
Just a
other
little guy.
They're just
Just
little
a
guys.
little guy. On the off weeks, we'll be running one shots or have the week off depending on what we need and what the channel feels. So you can catch your little weekly doses there with us.
I believe the next one is actually going to be a long shot.
Ooh, good. That'll be fun. Yay. So, last week. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and introduce everyone first, because normally I go roundabout after. So, hi, I'm Serenity. I'm the DM. We're going to go over to Andre to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Andre. I play Kazimir, the wild magic Minotaur barbarian bitch Kazimir. Did we mention Geeky Clean?
Yes, we did.
I did. That was the first one.
Okay, just checking. No brain. Thank you.
Nice. Hi, my name is Sloan, and I play Bastion, the illusion wizard. I feel like Andre is coming for my brand as a bitch boy, and frankly, I don't know how to feel about it.
Might be faster.
I
Is that
guess.
gonna make you feel better?
No, I think
I
we.
don't know about illusion, bitch boy.
Because I don't
Oh,
want to
he's
make
not
you
an
feel
illusion
uncomfortable.
wizard anymore. He's a divination
He's not.
wizard.
He's a divination wizard.
He's a divination bitch boy.
But I didn't change the overlay, so everybody can just deal with that, I guess. Anyway, that's me.
You can change it now.
Hello, I'm Depth. I play Melaena, Shadow Dancer Verg / Twilight Cleric now.
You should probably add bitch in there somewhere. We're all adding
Add bitch
bitch
in
in
this.
our names.
I already am a bitch. Oh, I'm not anymore for Cat, but you know.
Yeah, she's not a bitch. She's sorority sorcerer.
I'm not allowed to. I'm gonna be a bitchy little dancy rogue now. I don't know.
Hi everybody, my name is Christian. And I play Ragna, the Leonin Aconite fighter with a bitch of a shadow. There you go.
There you go. Because that is the correct
Tie it all together.
description.
I was going to really try to figure out how you were going to add bitch to
Oh!
Ragna. That's the best way. Oh, go ahead.
Here's a
What you
bitch
got?
mom. Bitch blood.
Bitch blood.
Bitch blood.
Bitch
Blood.
blood.
Bitch blood. Oof. That hurts. That hurts. Last time on These Bitches Got Fucked. These bitches did get fucked. So we had a full, pretty much full RP episode. It only lasts 6.5 hours. If you would like to watch it, we do have it separated into 2 parts on our YouTube, which by the way, we have a YouTube. There we go. Now we finished announcements. But last time, so a couple of things happened. One of the very first things was our lovely Melaena reached out to her brother Hypnos for help, which he gladly extended and gave her a ring. Now she is a cleric multi-class and has an arcane focus, so do a little healy. Which they found out is just, it's really nice and soft. It's really nice soft magic, and I'm really, really happy we finally have something fucking relaxing here in the middle of the desert. And this is all gonna be jumbled because boy howdy, my brain doesn't work straight. So, Bastion was off practicing some magic, trying to go ahead and get things perfected. They did have a conversation with Kazimir, who they had a slight conversation about what happened the episode before, almost dying. And Kazimir did also have a conversation with Finley about what she planned on doing. Like, was she going to leave? Was she going to stay? She wasn't sure. Not a whole lot happened with that part. Oh my god, my brain is at 0%. I was gonna say, you guys feel free to chip
Yeah, would you like to phone a friend?
I'd love to phone a friend.
Kazimir and Ragna also did a little practice fighting, and but ended up having a nice heart-to-heart where Kazimir kind of was like a bit of a dad figure and reassured Ragna that his echo is not a real person, is just a thing, and not to let it take him over. And
We love that. We love that foreshadowing.
And then they all had a conversation where we were like, here are the things that we're doing to not die going forward, because last fight was a pretty big fuck up. I mean, we did great, but Jesus Christ. And then they decided to move on towards the ice giant.
They did. Bastion had a conversation with Hera. He was having some hard times, and they had a heart-to-heart. And she basically said, stop using stupid magic where you make things appear. Use real magic. And went ahead and helped him go ahead and change his class. After everyone got a little special gift from their parent or their god. Looking at you, Melaena. Everyone decided they wanted to maybe try out their new stuff. So Ragna and Bastion decided to have a little head-to-head. Where it started off great, but Ragna's shadow went rogue. And then soon, Ragna was starting to see red, like in the last battle, and was having a hard time controlling himself. Luckily, with the help of the gang, he was able to be stopped before anything happened, except some emotional damage. But you know what? That's okay. That's what we're here for. They broke off into their own little sections. Ragna went off on his own. Kazimir followed to have another conversation about how his echo isn't him. To which, after Kazimir left, the echo for the first time spoke, saying, "We are the same." And and Bastion and Melaena went off and had their own little conversation at Bastion's tent. There's something before we do the like wraparound. I'm gonna go back. I also forgot Kazimir when they got a they went and had some treasure from the last fight they were in, and there was a certain weapon that wasn't the same weapon when he went to his bag. They met a sentient weapon who was actually a mimic, and their name is Node. And they're very excited to be a part of the group, and they want to become an adventurer. They are a little too happy right now, so they just need to calm the fuck down. But that's okay. They met everyone, and so that was nice. Rounding back, outside of Bastion's tent, I believe Kazimir and Melaena had a conversation as well. And can you guys remind me everything that was in that? Like,
we talked a little bit about not being super social with one another for a while, and also talked about the mark on Melena's arm that she believed was from Zeus, and Kazimir was like, "Press X to doubt." So, and then.
yeah.
That was basically it.
No, that's perfect. Which led to Bastion's big brain thinking, why the fuck haven't we talked to Zeus? So, Bastion prayed to Zeus and was transported to a completely different area on the world map, with the more humanized version of Zeus, where everyone went, oh no, he's hot. They started talking with him, which, to their surprise, they found out he had no idea or recollection about what happened during one of the first couple episodes, where they were attacked by Zeus on the water. He had no idea or recollection. and he had he knew of Melaena, but he had no idea the mark had any sort of protection or any other type of magic, other than just the one to cause her nightmares. Following up, he asked how his wife was. Bastion said, "Why don't you ask her?" And he said no. They began to get into a bit of a spat. Zeus threatened to let Bastion try to walk home. And to which they both got a little bit of a reality check before Bastion went, I bet I can fix my issues before you can. And then Zeus went, bet, and sent him back to his tent. We are starting the next morning. Everyone's had a little bit of, they've had a full rest. Everyone's back to where they need to be. You are still a couple days away from the ice castle that you have heard about but have yet to see.
Bastion wakes up. Melaena. I'm just gonna stand up and I just like rush outside. He's gonna rush outside and just like wildly look around to see if he can see where Melaena is, where she's hanging.
She's awake. She's probably she's sharpening her daggers. Let's go with that.
Oh my god. So Bastion just rushes up to her with Xerxes like running along behind and stops just short and looks very flustered. Like he did not stop to like pat his hair down or anything. So he just like walks up to her looking frazzled. It's just like, we need to talk now.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Are the others awake? Out of character.
Yeah, I think Kaj is busy cooking up some brack, and I think Finley is beside him.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ragna is still. I think he slept where he was the last time. He didn't move.
Oh, he just laid down out there.
Yeah.
He's in the sand. Amazing. Then Bastion kind of like looks towards them as in to indicate like, alone. I need to talk to you alone.
No.
Okay.
Melaena.
Yeah.
Melaena follows.
Okay. They're gonna walk just far enough away to get out of everybody's earshot, and then he turns around. I prayed to Zeus last night and like had an interaction with him in
Why would you do that?
dream. Because we haven't actually talked to him, and I know you have your ideas about what your mark is about, but it seemed fucking fishy and weird. It doesn't make sense. The magic didn't make sense, so I thought, why not just ask? Worst case scenario, he, I don't know, smites me again.
Killed you?
I have already almost died. I thought it unlikely that he would even care enough to listen if he truly was the person, God, that he appeared to be when we met him, but that's the thing. When I talked to him, he did not have any recollection of what happened on the boat. He didn't know who I was. I introduced myself to him as the person whose ass he kicked, and he did not remember at all. And he didn't remember anything about attacking us during the storm or coming for you. He said that he'd only met you once in an alley when he gave you that mark. And he did not put any the abjuration shit, the divination, that was not him. He didn't put that there. That mark was meant to give you nightmares, and that's it. The protection, the keeping track of where you are, that is not from Zeus.
That doesn't...
It doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense. I tried to tell if he was lying. As far as I know, he was being truthful. I've spent my entire life around bullshitters. Feel like I have a pretty good nose for it.
Then who's after me?
I have no fucking clue.
They specifically asked for me on the boat.
I know. But it wasn't Zeus. Now, this is important, and those two need to know as well. But I didn't want to tell them before telling you. Because it's your business.
Thank you. Kazimir thinks it was my mother.
Honestly, I wouldn't be that
Put the magic
surprised.
in my mark.
Sorry. What did you say?
That put the magic in my mark. I'm not sure if she would have that kind of power to do what she did on the ship.
I mean, I don't know who would have that kind of power. I asked Zeus, and obviously he blew it off. Because no one has that kind of power. Except for him.
Gods are as powerful as they are worshipped. Whoever this is very well known. Very... has a lot of worshippers.
I'm curious as to who would be bold enough to step into Zeus's domain and to not be noticed. That's weird. I feel like any transgression, not any, but most transgressions, the gods can see and are quick to follow up on. But that's pretending to be him. If he noticed it, he wouldn't have let that go.
Maybe it wasn't him, but maybe he told someone to do it.
It didn't seem like that. And I'm not one for trusting the gods that much. I really don't care, but I think that if, frankly, with Zeus's personality, I think that if he had orchestrated something like that, he would have been proud to say it. It wasn't him.
Then we should probably figure out who it was.
Yes. And as for the stuff on your arm, frankly, I agree with Kazimir. I think it's pretty likely that it is, if not your mother, then someone adjacent to her, like Hypnos or Thanatos.
Thank you for looking into it. And she walks off.
Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna tell them.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Guess it's just the messenger. He trots over to the tent, and in favor of not repeating the entire thing again, I'm just gonna say he relays this information to Kazimir, and looks over to Ragna first before he goes into it. Is like, is he okay? He's just laying in the sand.
He's gotten up at this point. He's not like T-posing. He's just like T-posing. He's sat up at this point. He's just looking towards the direction they're supposed to be going.
Ragna?
He turns his head.
I have something important that I need to tell everyone, and I don't want to do it more than twice, because I'm already doing it twice. So could you come over here? Please?
He doesn't say anything, but after like a minute, he gets up and then walks over.
Okay. So, and then he's gonna say everything.
Yeah.
And if they interrupt at some point, you just say that. But yeah. Tells him the whole thing.
I think Kaj is just quiet. Just at the end, it's like, all right. That's what I thought as much.
Yeah.
I think Ragna doesn't say anything. I think he just makes eye contact with Kaj and then looks at Kaj's mark. And then over towards Melaena and their mark. And he's trying to, he can tell he's trying to like see if he can put pieces together or like make theories in his head. He doesn't say anything.
Kazimir like pauses after Ragna does that, and then kind of like furrows his brow, like deep in thought. This curse came from a storm. It was not an ordinary storm, but it was a storm, so if this is the same god, person, whatever, it's possible.
Wait. Okay. So what happened exactly the day that you got your...
I was up on the podium with Lord Minotaur, and as we held up the belt, I saw coming over the Colosseum a massive storm with pink and blue lightning, darkest tar.
Gender reveal.
God
Damn
it! God
and
fucking one day I will have one day where I will tell a story and it won't be fucking
I'm sorry.
bamboozled.
Don't we love that this gender reveal was like just as deadly?
I know. Fucking
one in
gender reveal
California?
strike again.
Fuck. The real big bad. Gender. Gender. No.
Anyway. Black as tar coming over, and then it struck me, and through me it killed Morther. When I looked over to Ragna, someone about this, they said that They did not see it. It was only me. So,
Didn't see the storm?
the storm. A lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere for them.
Okay. And that was it.
And then I was on the run, and I've had this since.
Well, the lightning that we were dealing with wasn't pink and blue. I seem to recall it being fairly lightning colored. But that doesn't account for the voice that sounded apparently exactly like Zeus. I've already talked to Melaena about this, by the way.
There was a voice that came from the storm.
Okay.
It was in a language I did not understand, and it was feminine.
Do you know what language?
No. Could have been that deep speech shit you were talking about, or celestial, or some other language I do not know.
Serenity, is there any kind of like check I can make for like pink and blue lightning and shit like that?
You can try in either a history or religion, but you're gonna have to roll really high.
Yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah.
Totally understand. I just wanted to give it a shot. Okay, 21.
21. So there's nothing that particularly states like discolored lightning. However, you do know that there are quite a few ways to manipulate magic to make it look like something else.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very possible the idea is it may not be lightning at all. We will wait a moment.
Continue.
Guest star. Guest star time. From what it sounds like, it really doesn't sound like anything you've ever read or researched on. But lightning may not be what you need to specifically focus on.
More fucking questions. Okay. What about anything about... Hi, Raid. What about anything about, like, godly... What's the word? Like, the things that gods rule over. You know...
Domains?
Godly domains, thank you. Like,
Yeah.
How flexible are those? Do I know anything about that and how they work?
Generally, from what you know, most domains, there's normally someone who rules over the main part of the domain, and then there can be smaller gods that rule separate parts in that domain. However, they are all overwhelmingly ruled by the one who is at the head of it.
Yeah.
So there can be some crossovers in demigod, or some demigods that have rose to power, but minor deities to major gods. So there can be a little bit of crossover, but it's really kind of rare to hear about someone just outright taking a spot in this day and age with the gods being so solidified.
Right. Cool. Thank you.
I think Kazimir would also mention, Azrael also told me of 3, technically 5, possible connections based on his experience and knowledge of gods. The first was chaos. The second was the Furies, one of them specifically being Tisiphone, And what was the third one out of character?
What were the other two you named?
Chaos and the Furies.
I think you also had Eris.
Eris.
Oh yeah, Eris.
Yeah.
Fucking duh. Yeah, Eris. And Eris.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right. I'm going to look more into it as soon as I can, which will necessitate us getting out of the desert and into a place that at least has a library. But until then, we just move forward knowing that whoever is coming after Melaena, it's not Zeus. And until we can figure out the source of where her mark comes from, I believe our best guess is her mother. But we don't really know. So, that's it.
Alright.
She walked off. Which seems like a generally bad decision after I just delivered news that who she thought was coming after her isn't actually the person coming after her.
That does seem like it.
I mean, you can see her. She's not too far off.
Oh, okay.
I thought that I thought she just fucking dipped.
Like,
No, no, she's like a little bit away.
Kicking the dust.
She's throwing daggers at a cactus because there's no trees.
Love it.
She's just fucking throwing them.
We have decimated any vegetation for miles. This party.
I mean, it's fine.
Ragna will say, I'll go talk to her. If anyone knows about walking off and mulling over things, it would be me. And he just walks off.
Guys looks to Bastion and is like,
Both of us
Oh,
go,
there's a bunch of angsty bitches.
I have no angst, thank you very much. I'm perfect and beautiful. What could I have to be upset about?
The fact that you don't know things.
Shut up!
There was actually a really good question in the chat that I'm gonna state real quick, because this is depending on Greek mythology. Like Thorn was asking, how many sun gods do you have? Because depending on what Greek mythology you're going off of, there's multiple.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, I feel like I kind of made it apparent, but like this is kind of general knowledge. There are the primordial gods, there are titans, and there are just the gods that are reigning now. Titan gods, gone. The titans have not been seen for a very long time, and worship of them is illegal due to their betrayal. And then primordial gods, from what you guys have known, still exist, especially with Nyx. However, they don't rule as the main deity, as they are not highly worshipped. So that is just a little explanation. Good lore for us and good lore for the chat. So there you go.
cool.
Is there anything that I can remember ever having learned about Eris, the Furies, or Chaos that would stick out to me in relation to this?
I'm gonna have you roll a history or arcana for each. So tell me who you're starting with and we'll go through each of them.
I will start with Eris, and I'm going to roll Arcana.
We'll go with that first.
Okay, well, that's garbage. Hold on, I'm sorry.
You are fine.
14.
14. Eris is the goddess of discord and conflict. basically, from what you know, she is twin. Hang on, let me pull up all my stuff.
Twins?
She had twins. Hang on.
Twins. I'm so
Twin.
sorry, everybody.
Oh.
After this, I'll be
Are you
done.
talking about Phobos and Deimos?
Nope. Hang on.
After this bit, I will be done for a hot second.
There is her sister goddess, Inaris, who is the goddess of order and non-being.
Oh.
What you know about her, a lot of people don't worship her or really rely on her. You have heard people mostly use her as a scapegoat and more blamatory. There are worshippers of her, but they're few and far between.
Okay. Cool. Let's do chaos next.
You got it.
Same gag. Even worse, 10.
10. Chaos is, from what you know, by creation mythology, pretty much the creator, the beginning of the primordials, to where the primordials, the titans, and the gods. So pretty much the equivalent of the Big Bang, but with sentience.
Cool.
Melena's grandma.
Grandparent.
Grandparent.
They are typically derived as either they. Sometimes they'll have feminine or masculine pronouns, but more likely is they, as they are ethereal as fuck.
Ethereal being a word synonymous with genderless.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And now let's do Furies. Arcana. Oh, that's a natural 20, so that's 28.
Hey.
For the Furies?
Yeah.
Hey.
That's good shit.
Game theory time. Game theory.
I'm very
Good. Let me pull them out. So you know the Furies have a couple different names, but particularly it can't be called the Furies. They are personified versions of curses and what can be known as pretty much bad omens.
Okay.
They don't often, from what you hear, there has to be a very large reason they would leave the underworld, as that is normally where they would stay in their domain. You know that there are 3 of them. There is Electo, who is anger, Megara, who is jealousy, and Tisiphone, who is the murder avenger. There are quite a few stories, more like fairy tales, of they're like German fairy tales told to kids so they don't do bad things.
Right. Got it.
Because if you do this, Lecto's gonna come and get you. So they are used very highly as a scare tactic. They are revered, not quite worshipped, but very highly respected.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. And that's it, Bastion. I guess I'll just go pack. Yeah, he can go get his shit together. And that's it.
I think while Melaena is mid-throw, destroying this cactus, or this patch of cactuses, or whatever, I think Ragna just speaks up, no real warning, just says, "Back on this ship, you asked us why we stopped Zeus from taking you. Well, I guess fake Zeus? I don't. Zeus is the reason why myself and the majority of Leonin don't worship or care for the gods. And in that moment, to defy him, it almost felt like a generational honor, I suppose. And I'm happy that you're able to tell your story now. That no one is holding you back from that. and you're out here. I just want you to know that while you can't rely on that family, that side, you can always rely on us.
What story is there to tell if I don't know who was even in it?
You could write a story about finding out. You are the writer, Melaena. You decide. Only you. Not Zeus, not this fake Zeus, not your mother. Only you.
Living amongst the gods, you get used to knowing that at any point you will be the first to go in any situation. That you are the weakest, the most fragile. It is nice to know that there are people around me who know that kind of fragility now.
Well, from somebody who's from a city of refugees, you're only as weak as those you don't help. And if you have the choice to help, you should. Better to live together strong than separated weak.
Perhaps it should have been you that was a champion of Athena. You're wise beyond your years.
It's what you get for staying inside all day and not going outside. You got a lot of time to think to yourself. And just so you don't forget, and he'll reach into his pocket.
Don't you fucking do it. Don't do it.
I'm
Don't
doing
you
it.
do it.
It's time.
It's time.
No.
Gift time!
It's gift time. Just so you don't forget. He takes out the friendship bracelet and like holds it out. And the symbol that's like sticking out of his hand is Melaena's symbol. Yeah, I'm going dramatic on this bitch.
Melaena just stares at it for like the longest moment with just a baffled expression. Is that for me?
You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. You can just keep it. But it is for you.
Just takes it. Thank you.
Just so if we can't say it, we can look at that.
Thank you, Ragna. And she puts it on.
I'm coming for you next, Bastion.
I'm afraid.
You
Your
should
soul
be.
is mine.
Your friendship is mine.
Your friendship is forfeit.
Move over, Apollo. There's a new friend in town.
You know, Apollo's probably gonna be pretty upset. He didn't get a bracelet.
Oh my god.
He can ask for one.
So needy. It's insane.
He's such a clingy bitch. I love him.
It's a clingy bitch.
God. All right.
And then I guess we'll head back in. I'll help take out the several daggers that are just in this cactus and then give them back to you.
This poor cactus.
It's like, what did I do to deserve this? Then I'll head back.
Time to go. Time to go.
Yep, you guys can head off for the day. Nothing is going to happen. Normally, as you guys are walking and around these areas, you've seen like larger beasts, desert beasts, like large lizards, some sorts of larger rodents, but they've typically left you alone. As you're getting closer to this location, you're not seeing any of that kind of stuff anymore.
Yikes.
Okay, one day closer.
Fuck yeah.
You guys can do anything that you need to. You're starting to feel not a large drop in the temperature, but from when you started earlier this morning, when the sun was at about the same position, to when you stopped, it's about a solid 5 to 6 degrees cooler.
Oh boy.
Fahrenheit or Celsius?
No.
Both?
No.
Both?
No. It's Fahrenheit. I'm sorry, I forgot that you used the wrong type of measurement.
So I was gonna say, fucking Jesus, 5 Celsius drop.
No,
but
that's
5
a
Fahrenheit.
lot. That's like
lot.
like 10, 15 degrees Fahrenheit? 20? I don't know.
Oh wait, like it's dropped to 5 or it's dropped by 5?
Bye.
That's not a lot.
That's honestly not a lot.
It's not a
But
lot.
when you've been in the desert and when you've been in the desert and there's a very like
Yeah, when you can feel the temperature.
Living in the desert,
Living
Serenity.
in the desert, Serenity. The fucking
leave. I'm just gonna leave.
Serenity, that's cultural appropriation. You know all Australians know. You know all Australians
feels like
they
right now.
own deserts.
They don't know they own deserts.
They own deserts. You know this, Serenity.
Hey, there may be a ton of trees by where I live, but I like 10, like an hour or two away, I can drive to a desert. It's not like it's really far from where I live.
All right. Well,
Get
Alright, anyway.
Want to keep going?
I would love to keep going.
Yeah, I would love to.
If we could play some Dungeons and Dragons, I would love that.
Appropriation? God damn.
I think this next day, Kaj is going to go up to Bastion.
Oh. Also, Serenity, can I just keep my portent rolls like for a while? Because we're kind of just doing, or do you want me to re-roll for every day?
Not for while you're here. When action probably starts, I'll have you re-roll for that day.
Yeah, that
but
sounds
you
good.
can utilize these for if you're like, oh,
Great.
I want to use it on this. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Kazimir walks up to Bastion. I'm gonna say it's after they make camp for the day.
He's looking at his books.
Kind of just looks down. You wanted to know? Fuck, this is hard.
What are we talking about?
You came up to me in the carriage asking about why.
He looks back, very interested. I did.
Do you want to know or not?
Yes, very much. I still want to know.
Okay. Kaj just finds another rock to like sit on.
I was not always this size.
Mammals
When
typically aren't.
Well, when I was a boy, I was quite scrawny. Small. And for many years, I worked on my family's farm. Not considered anything of note. The sixth child is not usually the favorite.
Fucking hell. That's a lot of children.
There's a lot of farm to take care of.
Okay.
So, as I got older, I started to grow. And I got bigger. I got taller than my sisters, brothers, my mother, and soon my father. By the time I was 15, I was already 7'6".
Wow.
And it was only then that my father took note of me. As something to work the farm. So he started feeding me more. I got bigger. And I grew taller. And I started getting muscle mass from all the work I was doing out in the fields. There were some years where we didn't have a draft horse to help plow the fields. So I became the horse. For some time, I was known as Draft in town. Thought it was a good joke, because whenever I walked past, I caused the wind. And I've kept working like that 20 years. So,
So you don't like being called big.
not particularly.
If you say so. Okay.
I want to trust you.
You do?
You are the only person with a connection to someone that I care for immensely.
So? You want to maintain a working relationship.
I don't want to be fooled again. I've been fooled enough.
I have no interest in fucking over the people who are, frankly, helping me stay alive out here. So long as our fates are tangled, there's nothing. It would be short-sighted of me to try and fuck you over. And, our fates being entangled seems to stretch on quite far into the horizon, if these days have proven anything, so.
I can tell you are young. Because you think 2 months on the road is a long time.
I mean, it's just boring. It drags on forever. There are no books out here. There's nothing. It's nothing. It's dust. For miles. If that makes me young, so be it. I don't care.
I do not say this derogatorily.
Just as an observation.
As a fondness.
Excuse me?
Enjoy your youth.
I plan to? What is this?
What?
I don't... I don't know. You can trust me to not try and fuck you over. At the very least, all the way up until I have completed what I need to do. And frankly, at that point, I hope to be back in Marinid and far away from all of this. So I probably won't be within close enough proximity to you to fuck you over. So.
So you can be back in the City of Liars.
Yes. Back to my home. Where I will enjoy my youth. Or what remains of it. After this, whatever this is.
All right.
He gets up and starts to walk away and then just turns around.
Thank you for what you've done so far. I don't know if anyone has said it yet, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Turns around.
Go back to my books.
No one in this fucking party knows how to end a conversation.
We'll learn how to say goodbye. I don't know. We'll figure it out. By the end of the campaign.
I should go find Ragna. Where's he at?
I think he's helping tend to the horses. I think, like he's or the
Mules.
Yeah, the mules. Yeah, the mules. He's just helping. Like, you probably noticed he's stayed away from you.
Yeah.
He's stayed
He's
away
noticed.
from, like at a campfire. He stayed the opposite side of the fire. Or when they're on the walk, like he's on the opposite side, probably further ahead, and like he's just like maybe every now and then looked at you and then looked away, but
Yeah.
he's been avoiding you, obviously.
Ragna. He calls as he's approaching, so he doesn't like surprise you. It's like Ragna.
Probably couldn't have you tried.
Probably couldn't. He's still gonna do it anyway.
He's like stops mid brush, and he turns around.
Are you okay?
He opens his mouth to answer, and the word yes is on his lips, and you can probably tell that. But then he just no. Are you okay?
I mean, I'm doing fine despite the fact that, you know, the person who we thought was causing us problems actually is not the person who's causing us problems, and we don't actually know who they are, and you know, the fact that we almost died a couple days ago and we're gonna go right back into it again soon. Despite all that, I'm fine. Is the reason that you're not okay, is it why you're not talking to me or looking at me or anything at all?
I'm sorry.
I'm assuming that's about the fight.
I don't know what came over me, and I haven't been able to come up with the words to face you with. So I'd rather not say bullshit. Rather, it be as true as possible. Because you don't deserve bullshit.
Not many would say that.
Which is why I feel bad. Because I want you to trust me. I want to be your friend, but if I can't control the things I'm supposed to be in control of, how could you or Kazimir or Melaena or myself trust me?
I mean, yeah, it's a very shitty situation. And, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. It's...
Thank you for the raid.
Thanks for the raid!
Thanks for the raid!
I'm not gonna lie to you, it's... threatening. Whatever your echo did. Not because we were fighting, I expected you to beat the shit out of me, and I'm not upset that I got knocked around, because evidently I could use more practice in combat situations. So I knew what I was asking for, in that respect at least. I'm frankly just more concerned about the fact that you did lose control. But not... I just... yeah.
I think after like there's a quiet for a minute because neither of us knows what the fuck to say. Ragna reaches into his fucking pocket and pulls out a bracelet, and he opens his palm to reveal it, and he's looking down at it, and he says, I made this as a symbol of our party's friendship and connection to one another. A physical representation of it.
Bastion will come closer and take a look at it. It's very fine craftsmanship.
Thanks. I think it's some of my best work. But now, it's not just a symbol of that friendship. And he turns his hand over and balls his fist up. And he taps Bastion on the chest. It's also now a promise that I will never hurt you or anyone else in this party again. I want you to know that.
You make a lot of promises.
This one is a guarantee.
Bastion will just put his hands on the paw and just like take the bracelet and then move back. For the record, I forgive you. Though, whatever. I forgive you. Apology accepted. Whatever the fuck you're supposed to say. This is very, very beautiful. And also my medal, so good job. He will put it on his wrist.
I pay close attention, what can I say?
It would probably be good for us to find out more about that echo.
Oh, I plan to tonight. I'm going to talk to Hephaestus immediately.
Okay. You can stop avoiding me because I'm not mad or upset. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, well.
If you ever need help with your magic,
Yes, I will.
I still volunteer.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to continue to say thank you to each other until we separate. So
Yeah. All right.
All right.
I'm gonna go back to the tent.
I'm going to go back to the horses.
All right. Okay. Bye.
Yay! Someone said goodbye.
I want to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Bastian.
Cute.
It only took us 12 episodes. That's fun.
Someone finally said goodbye.
And it was you.
I said goodbye last episode.
I said goodbye almost every conversation. Then it got all emo, so I didn't.
Good.
Last thing I want to do is go over to Ragna.
I think Ragna's putting on his own bracelet now.
Mm.
So, really fascinating. Yeah.
You made one for yourself.
I had to, of course, sample my own work, of course. Had to make sure it fit and felt right. Wait, no.
What is the thing they say in Melaena? Limited edition.
Yes.
You, after we had talked, you said that you promised you were going to do better.
I did.
Why?
Because my past performance wasn't good enough. And I thought who I was not good enough.
Well, first, I would suggest not promising anything.
Why?
A promise is a statement that says that something will be guaranteed. That's a very stupid thing to say. Do you know what's going to happen tomorrow?
Obviously, no.
You do not know if you will die in the fight with that giant, or you will be forsaken by Hephaestus, or if your damn echo kills you in the middle of the night. You do not know what is going to happen. And the only person you're hurting when you make a promise, not the only person, but you hurt yourself when you make a promise. You point a dagger at your own throat. Do you hear me?
I do.
Who told you you weren't doing good enough?
Myself, first and foremost.
Was it?
What do you mean?
Was it you or that damn echo?
I think instead of like looking away like he usually does when Echo's brought up, he looks Kazimir like in his eye. He said we are the same.
He speaks.
He does. Now. But it is because he speaks that I know that I must fight and promise and make a future I want to make. Leonin have been doing it for generations. After we were abandoned by Zeus, the world promised us nothing. So we promised ourselves that we would get better. Promised ourselves we would claw our way from oblivion. And we did.
But have you?
I will. I will not. I am taking your words to heart. I will not let a tool control me.
I don't know what that thing wants. I don't know who it's connected to. I don't know if it's doing this out of malintent, whatever. You're a good man. And it would be a shame if you were brought low by some ghost.
I won't let that happen.
Echo looks like you.
He does.
And says we are the same.
He did. Those are the only words he spoke. But he spoke them.
And let us not forget he laughed after giving the final blow to Golnash.
I plan to talk to Hephaestus tonight. Get some damn answers.
You said that Echo was a gift?
I thought it was one that he forgot to mention. I never had it before him. I never exhibited things like this before I met him.
Fuck Hephaestus. We're going to Apollo. And we're gonna grab that damn key.
Oh shit! It's
Going to the
fucking
beach house, baby.
without a friendship bracelet, but okay.
Got a friendship bracelet.
Oof. All right. So yeah, very easily, just like you always do, you just stick it into the air. It clicks, it finds a spot, you turn it, and then the doorway just kind of appears and opens. And inside you can see the guest house that you always see. But you don't see Apollo in it this time. And there are no snacks laying out.
Apollo?
Is that a bad sign? That no.
He's usually here. If not, he leaves out something for us to eat. But
I need you to go ahead and roll me a religion to try to connect.
Okay, bet. Oh, it's an 11.
11? You just kind of yell, like just call. Not really any difference. You still see the beautiful waves outside of the window. It's nice and bright, but much cooler in this area than the beating heat. Yeah. There's still always like a little like cabinet full of teas, and like you can fill up your water and have tea. There are just no snacks.
Is there like no note or anything? Like no like
No,
face note?
nothing.
Damn.
Gosh, is gonna do something very stupid.
Oh no!
Yes!
Oh no! What are we doing here?
Kaj is a woodsman
Oh no!
and knows the best way to lure an animal is to offer things to it. He's going to the fridge.
This bitch got a refrigerator?
An icebox.
An icebox, something.
He does have like an icebox equivalent that's like cool with like that's where he's keeping like some fruits and a couple other things, but it's not like a freaking like LG like fucking refrigerator. I mean, maybe.
Gets some fruits, just starts like making sort of like this like platter very shoddily, because he's also just kind of like stressed right now and just wants Apollo to just like be here, and then like buries the chef's knife into the table, sets it out, waits.
So you're just gonna wait? Are you gonna try to contact him and tell him there's a plan?
I think Ragna goes try shimmering your bracelet. See what that does.
What?
Just try again and shimmy the bracelet. I want to see. Call it an experiment.
am I doing
High or
it?
low?
Jingle, 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 jingle.
High or low?
Hi.
You hear something that sounds like a door closing. The door behind you is closed, and then it reopens, and it looks like it connects to the rest of the house. And there's Apollo. And you didn't invite me.
I tried to.
Well, but you haven't been here for a while, so I just assumed.
I've
Like-
been busy. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm killing the people who are established threats. I thought that's what you wanted.
It is what I wanted. Do you like your gift? Do you like your new gift?
I haven't been able to use it extensively yet, but yes.
Good.
And it just shows the palm with the sun on it.
Perfect. Also, you made a platter. Look at you. You're like a perfect little like party starter. And he's gonna sit down and he's gonna start like eating.
Wait, is the hand with the tattoo the same hand with the bracelet?
It would be it'd actually be this hand. So wait, no, it would be this hand. Yeah.
Just curious. I was just curious.
So it's oh wait, no, it's the other hand has the other wrist has the bracelet.
Gotcha.
Sorry, stupid aesthetic shit. Keep going.
Ragna, you would notice with your passive perception. What's your passive perception, Kazimir?
It's a 13.
Nah, you wouldn't notice.
Okay.
He is absolutely eyeing both of your bracelets that obviously match.
You have questions, Apollo? Something you'd like to
Do
say?
you have questions, Ragna? He's just eating fruit. Just walked.
It's gonna be sassy to me. Oh no.
We did have a question for you.
Okay.
There is a thing that follows Ragna around sometime. There's something he calls Echo. Looks like him, very serious, gray, all decked out in dragon armor of some sort. Has been acting strangely recently, as strangely as an Echo can.
I will try to summon Echo.
You can.
Okay.
He shows up. Like there's only 3 spots, so if you were sitting, he's standing right behind you. In like almost like a guarding presence type of way. And Apollo will get up and start to look. He is, how tall is Ragna?
Ragna is 6'4".
Okay, he's just slightly shorter in this form. But he's looking over. And he has a very furrowed brow the entire time. And Echo's just watching with his eyes. He hasn't moved yet. But is just following him with his eyes. And he goes, okay, can you put him away? Make him go?
I will try to put him away.
Still there. I thought you were going to put him away.
I'll try again. He does like a hand motion to like dismiss him or try to dismiss.
This time it works. But he seems very reliant. He doesn't want to. Reluctant. He seems very reluctant to leave. He just narrows his eyes at you before vanishing feet first, kind of like a smoke just circling up. Okay, I hate that a lot. He looks just like you. He looks older.
Those are the observations I have made, yes.
That's weird. And it's not acting normal. What is normal?
It's supposed to follow my instructions whenever I give them and not act on its own.
Oh, but it's been doing that. Like the opposite.
Yes, and it has spoken and laughed.
Why did it laugh at you? Did you fall? Or something funny?
It laughed as it killed something.
Oh. Well, I don't have all the answers, but I have an observation, if that helps.
I will take any observation you can.
That looks like something you could become. And as it becomes more to fruition, the stronger it gets. Instead of just becoming like a little dark version of you, it's becoming more like your shadow. More of a reflection. At least that's what I see.
I'm not sure if Kaj is looking at Ragna, but his fist is balled up and shaking. Not in anger, but maybe in fear.
He would be looking at Ragna, yeah. He's still got a pretty heavy scowl from watching the interactions with Echo, but softens a little bit seeing Ragna quiver.
That is what I see. I know you know. From I saw a little. I saw that cute little Triton girl walking around, who seemed very sweet on her. So I was just peeking in. She seems to have a lot of stories. Does she share them with you? Does she talk to you about them?
She does, yes.
What is your guys' relationship?
Like that, like snaps the fear out of him. Like, what the fuck? And like, his fist like on balls, and he's just like, and he goes back to that cute like first love kind of like fidgeting / like, and he stutters a lot and trying to find the right wording, and
She's just sitting like this the entire time.
He takes a breath. She is someone I care for very much, and seeing her safe makes me very happy.
That is an issue with what she does, huh?
It is, but she is a soldier. She saves people, so I understand.
Maybe you're just manifesting it to something that, not specifically her, but could just protect people. And maybe you are so... how do I put this without you being belittled? You are a cute, soft boy. And you are very sweet. But also very naive. This could be just all of your other emotions that you haven't accessed or that have been pushed aside. Just all balling up into one.
And I think at that, that hits him a lot harder. And Kaj has seen this, but he's starting to do that thing where he overthinks a lot, and his eye starts to go back and forth of like trying to think to himself too hard.
I think seeing that, Kaj is just going to like stomp his foot a little bit, just to like rumble the ground underneath Ragna, just to like ground him.
And it works. And his eye stops and like shoots over towards Kazimir. And takes a breath. Hephaestus didn't outwardly tell me that he gave me this echo. It just appeared. And I don't want him. He hurt someone I didn't want them to hurt. I didn't want hurt.
Wait, Hephaestus gave this to you? Like, did he say that?
I assumed he forgot. He didn't. I mean, you know. I'm guessing you know how he is. He's very into his work.
He is, but this feels more like you. Like a manifestation. Maybe it's not a gift. Or a curse. Maybe it's not something given to you.
That doesn't make sense. I don't.
Okay. I will help you make it make sense. Magic people are born with magic. Some people are strong. Some people are born very strong. Like physically. Maybe you're just born mentally stronger. Maybe it's all you. The world's a place where you can't really just figure out what's going on. There's always something new happening. But this doesn't seem like something he would give you. If anything, your echo, you call him, would probably be a bigger forge help. Be something like that. Maybe not just with fighting.
I think. Let's take this shit. I think he just sits back in the chair he's in. And his eye's not moving fast, but like you can tell he's thinking, but he's grounded still.
I feel like your tail would be moving. He's like, you're going to knock over my vase. Please stop.
I'm definitely sure his fucking tail's acting like a fucking broom on this floor. Like it's like
Ragna.
And again, his attention is sharp as he looks.
Have you ever killed before you were a champion?
No.
Do you harbor resentment for killing people?
Maybe. But we've only ever done it in self-defense so far. But at the same time, that doesn't matter. At the same time, it does. It's a lot to take in. That's why I asked you that question on the boat.
I know.
What question?
He asked me about what it was like the first time I killed up. And it's something you do to survive.
He's gonna turn and look to Ragna. This is the first time he's been completely serious. There's no, just a flat, straight face. It's awful. The first time is the worst thing. And people say you get numb. Some do, some don't. For me, it didn't get any better. All in all, it sucks. So, if you don't have to, don't do it. But, if you need to do it to stay alive, I mean, I can't even blame you. And you shouldn't blame yourself. Same for you, Kazimir. And he's gonna look over you and smile. Don't blame yourself, because you're wonderful. Stop being all upset. Eat a strawberry.
Takes a strawberry. Angrily.
Angrily.
I know it is in my future. And I think that is the worst feeling of all. That I know I will have to protect others that can't be protected or can't protect themselves.
Well, it is a hard decision, but you are a very kind soul. And saving people sounds like something you would prefer to do. Or you could always walk away. Don't make it your problem. Doesn't sound like you, but if you don't want to do it, surely there's someone else who will.
Some people can't wait for that someone else.
You're right.
Thank you, Apollo.
Of course. Now eat all this fruit because I can't put it back now because it's all been touched, and now you need to either take it with you or I'll eat it because, no offense, I've seen what you've done to my table, Kazimir. I'm not going to let you do it to my icebox. He pulls out the knife from inside the wood and just looks at it like a little distraught. It's a nice table.
It's a table.
It's
Is it
nice.
Standing?
Yes, but
Then
now
good,
it has.
it works.
But now it has a chip in it.
What is? Oh, something Karam told me. It adds character.
But what if I didn't want it to have character? That's rude.
Don't you have magic for that?
Not for wood.
Don't you people have magic that fixes things? Like puts them back together or reforms them or
I mean,
something.
everyone has a certain something. Mine's I've medicine. I help do that with people.
Apollo, question. Do you know anyone who has the same powers as Zeus?
You mean being an asshole? Most of them. Why?
Well, not the asshole part. The part of light controlling storms and lightning.
Both? Or just separate?
Is there a difference?
I mean,
Remember, Leonin, not very versed in gods for it.
oh. Yeah, I'm sorry he did that too. It's something we don't talk about much, but we should bring it up in conversation. I mean,
as long as it's not forgotten.
Oh, it's not. It's just more we don't know how to fix it. If you have any idea, I would love to know.
I am 19 years old.
But that you are also Leonin. I'm not. That's why I ask. I don't know.
I don't know how to fix generations of that. That's a lot.
But you've also heard from your family members, which is why I ask. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going through my brain Google.
Please Google brain.
Brain Google.
Brain Google. I'm just double checking my information just to make sure.
As Apollo searches the brain Google, Ka is just going to do a very familiar routine at this point and just starts dumping all the fruit into the bag, which he should probably clean it out at some point. Probably.
You have old cookies in there, dude. Like really old cookies.
Gotta get a bag of.
Never go off. What do you want about?
Gotta get an icebox bag. can't.
Yeah.
You know what Kazimir really needs? A lunchbox.
a lunchbox of holding.
Yes.
Just a cute little lunchbox with like a Apollo symbol on it.
God.
That's his next brain. It's a lunchbox of cooling.
Yeah, just a beautiful little lunchbox that gives healing after you eat it.
Amazing.
After you eat from it.
It's a
It
mini.
produces snacks that are like little, like 1d4 health and little cookies.
It's just a better good berry.
Just better than
Jesus
berry.
Christ. Okay. So it's mostly going to be Zeus. I mean, there's Titan, gods of the sky, Orionos. I mean, he's going to count, but he's a little
Right. I only ask because it's come to our attention that the Zeus we met on the sea might not be the same Zeus, or isn't the same Zeus as the real one. So I ask because we're trying to figure out who attacked us and who was at the Melaena.
Well, that's terrifying. That
Not
there could
something,
be...
not something a god should say.
No, it's not at all, actually. Now that I'm thinking about the idea of another Zeus, hell no. But the idea of someone replacing Zeus? Huh? No? We'll see. Now, so, I mean, there's Zeus, there are Titans, but I mean, most of them are in hiding in Tartarus and in pretty much inactive. There are a few that are dead. I mean, there's they're not really gods, but the four winds, they're more like more divine energies. I wouldn't say they're god. Don't think they can make lightning, but I mean, I don't know what they do in their spare time. And there was a mortal who became a divine keeper of storms. Aeolus. But not really a god. Unless he figured out something I have no idea how to figure out. What are your guys' passive insights?
13.
16 for me.
Ragna, he looks like he's thinking really hard about something that he hasn't like mentioned.
Are there any more?
I wouldn't say any more. But I guess there is a way that mortals can become immortal. So that could work, which would innately give them more power.
Serenity, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Ragna's dream. The one where the guy is holding the orb. What did he look like?
The guy holding the orb?
Yeah.
That man. Oh, let me see if we're gonna take a second. Everyone, vamp.
Hey everybody.
Hey, everybody.
Be sure to check out our Redbubble at redbubble.com/faithfiendfriend and get yourself some nice merch.
Get yourself some nice merch. Get you a mask.
Get you a nice mask. Because guess what? The pandemic ain't over. Because guess what?
The pandemic is
My
over,
site is
just
still in
because you're open.
lockdown.
This
We now
panorama
have
is
a
crazy.
curfew just got announced for my state.
No. Depth, we should have an
Horrible.
online birthday party.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Online birthday party.
I would love that.
I'll bring White
Excellent.
Russians.
Disgusting,
shit, bring
absolutely
me
not.
one.
You're uninvited. Milk and alcohol. No, I've done that before. It was horrible.
I'm literally
Never
gonna go
again.
downstairs and make one for myself
No.
for the rest of this session.
I am so jealous.
That's disgusting.
Well, I'm a nasty boy. What can I say?
TM.
I can make myself a vodka lemonade right now, actually.
You want to get crunk for this combat?
You want to get crunk?
Want to get
Oh
crunk?
Jesus
I'm gonna
Christ,
go
you guys!
downstairs and make some chicken. That's
Oh.
all.
Yeah,
Well, that's boring.
Let's get drunk on chicken.
It's good. Are you denouncing the good name of chicken?
Actually, yeah, I don't like chicken that much. I'm not a big fan. I truly like, if I did not live in a house that is not mine, I would not eat meat because I hate handling it.
That's fair.
But alas,
What a world.
What a
what a
world we live
world. And like chicken is not that.
What a world?
Waterworld.
That's a movie.
Okay, I don't know where it's at, so I'm gonna go based off memory, but if I find it later and there's something slightly different, then fucking whoops.
Sick.
Love that.
So it was basically a hieroglyphic. It wasn't too detailed from what I remember, but I do remember that the man had a bald head and was wearing basically just a toga. It was very simple clothing. However, the orb that was in his hand was very specifically like the orb that that you guys found to get you in and out of the sanctum where the basin was.
Right. Might have to ask Hermes about that one, because he's the one who's in charge of the orb, right?
Yeah, if I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm gonna save you fucking time right now,
Thanks.
it looks like just a guy with an orb showing you
Okay.
how the fuck to get in and out.
He's just a guy.
It's just like one of those little IKEA fucking dudes.
Yeah.
It shows you how to like in the manual.
Yeah,
You can just
pretty much.
demonstrate.
Oh. You said IKEA, dude, and I immediately just thought of the shark plushies that they sell there.
Well, thank you for saving me many hours of conspiracy time.
No,
I
yeah,
appreciate
no,
it.
basically that he just had like the orb that you guys.
Yeah, he's just some chuckle fuck who's like, here's an orb. How do you open the door?
Well, I mean, the easiest thing is to like, carve a man who's bald. Just wearing a toga. I mean, simple, straightforward.
It's just a simple YouTube tutorial. Got it.
The fucking WikiHow YouTube, but with this guy with the orb.
God.
But no, yeah. Basically, Apollo just seems to be concerned, stating that there is a way for mortals to become immortal, and he's kind of wrecking his head about it.
Well, as long as you're thinking about it, if you do come back with any information, it would be widely appreciated. And if it is any consolation, I could make you a bracelet.
He stops. I could have one.
Of course. As long as you want one.
Yes, I mean, sure. That would be great.
Do you want one that's like this, or do you want one specifically custom?
I want
mean-
one like that.
Oh, okay. Do you want the coin as well? I'll think of something good.
He goes over to one of his cabinets and he pulls out these two wooden boxes. They're really large.
Mm-hmm.
And he puts them down on the table and he opens it up. And you see tons of bracelets that look like different friendship bracelets. And he's like, I have one and I wear one every day. And he does show he has one on his wrist right now. But it looks like that it's like a half one. The other half belongs to someone else. like you would put them together.
Right.
He was like, I have so many, but I would love another one so then I can wear it all the time.
This one is a limited edition. And he looks over to Kazimir. And then he looks back over to Apollo. So
He's so excited.
get this information for us. And
I mean, what information? That how to turn someone immortal to immortal?
that and maybe someone who might be hunting Melaena.
A hunting
Hunting
would be
Melaena.
hunting Melaena.
That's what
I'm
I'm
not certain that it is hunting Melaena.
It asked for her.
Well, my theory is that it's just her mother being defensive. But hunting.
Oh, you mean
defenses-
Nyx?
Yes.
She can be protective, so that makes sense. I mean, to be fair, she's really cute. Someone might just be like going, I want to take you on a date, but maybe it's misconstrued.
That's why I hate men.
He has no idea what's happening.
There are,
I
there
will-
are several
I will-
theories.
I will take that theory and put it away.
Or you could just tell her that I think she's cute. That's fair. No, but back to, I will help you figure out what's going on with her. From what I've heard, I haven't heard a lot. I've only heard what you guys told me. So I don't know. But for the mortal to immortal thing, that's very straightforward. I could tell you that right now.
Sure.
So, there's basically a fruit. And these are the fruits of the gods. They are very hard to find. By that I mean they're in a very secret super location that I'm never telling you guys. Because I can't.
Understandable. Go on.
Someone could eat that fruit. It would be a very painful death because they'd be overwhelmed because there's a whole lot in that fruit. I don't understand it. But basically, if they eat the fruit, they're going to die a horrible death, and then they come back. Hey, welcome to the raid.
Thank you for the
Thank you for the
raid.
raid.
Dang.
Thank you for the raid. I've promised Apollo a friendship bracelet if he helps us.
Hell yeah. Apollo's so set.
Is it a fruit?
Yeah, it's a fruit.
What's this fruit's name?
No, because then you'll look into it more and I'll get in trouble.
I mean, we're going to do it, I think, regardless.
I know, but if I don't tell you the name of the fruit, then they don't. It's easier to. I'm not supposed to be helping you this much. I get in trouble
Why?
because we're omnipotent. And we help from all the way over here. And I'm giving you a lot of direct information. It's because you're my friends. But also I have to respect the rules a little.
Who set these rules? Out of curiosity.
No. But they're there. And if not, I'm going to have to answer to Hera and Zeus.
I mean, you'd have to get them in the same room.
They'll do it for business reasons. That's scary too, because then they're angry. And then their energies feed off each other, and then they get more angry, and my punishment could be far worse. Like, what if you're not allowed in the guest house anymore? Or worse than that, but you know what I mean.
Well, you said that hadn't been coming much anyway, right? So,
Do you not want to come to the guest house anymore?
I thought that this was only for when I needed help.
Like rest? Or like if there's a spooky person outside and you need somewhere safe to be.
A spooky person?
I don't know. I don't know what scares you. Commitment? Friends? I don't... You're getting much better.
At what?
Friends and commitment. But they can still be scary. I don't know what scares you. We're still learning about each other.
I'll have to stop by more.
You will, which is why I can't lose this house. And I can't let you not have your key. So, if you just look up like legendary god fruit in some library, I'm sure you'll find something.
Maybe Bastian will know.
He knows
Perhaps,
a lot
yes.
of things.
He does, yes.
Does he have a friendship bracelet?
He does.
He does.
So I'm going to have a matching friendship bracelet with Bastion?
Yeah, you are, yes.
Are you invested in Bastian?
I want him to be my friend.
Oh, that's right. You want, yeah. Well,
See, I feel like he's flipping me off somewhere far off in the world, but it warms my heart to know he remembers me.
I think that's just his general energy. So
It's very fuck the world, aesthetic.
In multiple ways, yes. He does say fuck the world. I've heard from Hera just a little.
thank you so much, Apollo. And just goes and grabs the rest of the fruit, eats a good chunk of them, like a fucking garbage truck, and just
Kazimir, I am truck. Huh.
and says, "I guess I will be visiting you tomorrow, because that's how this works. It's once a day."
You don't have to come by every day if you can't. It's just I've missed you. It's nice to know that you're doing.
I leave for 2 days, and you get upset, so it's going to be every day.
I don't want to make you feel bad, but I like your company, and if you'd like to come back, that's fine. I will have snacks prepared for next time.
All right.
Also, please don't stab my tables anymore.
What is wrong with putting a knife where it belongs? Tell me.
He literally walks over to like a box, like a drawer. This is where the rest of them are.
Dude. We can argue about furniture later. Goodbye, Apollo.
Okay, goodbye, friend. I love you.
And
Hey, Ragna, also other friend that we will have matching bracelets soon.
Goodbye. I will get to that as soon as I can.
And you guys both exit.
yes.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
God. And then we're gonna travel across the desert to go fight an ice giant. Yay! Yay! I'm so looking forward to it. 10
I
minute
don't know if
break.
you're gonna get all the way there, but you know what?
I want to fight something. I have new spells, and I want to try them.
And you're mad at her for being a
You
cat.
didn't want to do it when we started this. Make up your fucking
Shut up.
mind.
Anyway, everybody, get snacks, get drinks, go to the
Go to the bathroom, do what you need to do.
Take
Order
care of
off
yourself.
a Redbubble.
Because we'll be back in 10 minutes. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. hello.
Please count in like an even way. Please.
Hello.
3, 2, 1, go.
I gotta keep
So
you on
it
your
just gives me
toes.
time to like
I just...
do stuff.
So we don't hear something like fucking like Apollo's titties or whatever. Duff is
Oh,
gonna
that's a
yell.
good one. I'll
Save
keep
it.
that for next time.
Good.
I can't do it in like a pattern that you'd expect, because otherwise you'll take advantage of that pattern. And I can't let that happen. I have to be in control all the time. It's my show.
Get into this.
All right,
Welcome
cishet white man.
Welcome to We Have a Hard Time with Our Mental Issues, starring us, the gays.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
What the
Drink
fuck?
your White Russian.
Being attacked. Hello?
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 Whatever.
help you?
I don't need this. Anyway.
We love you so much.
You say how much you love this game all the time.
Leave me alone. What are we doing? What's going on?
I don't know. What are you
Let's
guys
go.
doing?
We're traveling.
We're traveling.
You're gonna go to the ice place?
Melaena would like to do a thing. But
Oh yeah, the thing we talked about. Well, okay. So you try your best to go to sleep. The past couple days, you have been having your nightmares. They haven't been as vivid, but they have still been happening. Tonight, when you fall asleep, your consciousness sort of sways. It feels almost like instead of falling asleep only here on Gaian, it also feels like when you kind of like open your eyes, sometimes you see a very familiar childhood dark area with stars. And you go back and forth until finally you feel yourself fall asleep on Gaian, and you wake up in your same childhood little nestled bed created by the stars and darkness. It's very comforting. It feels like you're sleeping on a cloud. Definitely no other bed has compared to your bed from home. But you wake up and you see a chair that has been fabricated from the same darkness and sky, and a familiar figure, very elegant figure. Her chair is about 3/4 turned your way, but she is looking off into a different direction, pondering.
Hi.
Is this truly how we will start our conversation, Melaena? And Nyx goes ahead and turns to you. What is your passive perception?
Passive perception is high at 16.
Pretty good. So you know she normally takes a humanoid form around you for you to feel more comfortable. You can see, as you've also spent a lot of time around humans who are very emotional, her cheeks seem tear-stained and her eyes are a bit red.
I wanted to talk about it.
I hear you one more time.
I wanted to talk about it.
It was about time anyway. Please speak your mind.
Why did you do it?
Going to be the same reason you've heard before, I suppose. For protection, not only for yourself, but for me.
Protection for you.
I loved your father. You're all I have left of him. Do you think I'd want to see you gone?
My memories were all I had left of him.
And they would be back in time.
Back in time? You took it from me.
Taking would mean you no longer remember them. Or, let me back up. Taking would mean you no longer have them. You had your memories. But I'm sorry, a 4-year-old child, a 4-year-old human should not remember their father dead on the floor.
You know what you did take from me? Nights I could have slept, but instead I stayed awake, wondering what my own father looked like.
Would you
Looking
prefer...
at other mortals and seeing the children interact with their father, and me wondering if my father ever treated me like that. All I had was your word to go on, and I trusted it.
That he loved you? I wasn't wrong.
It would have been nice to know for myself.
Yes, because all children, as she stands up, would love to see just a mangled, horrible version of their father, and that be the only thing that they can remember. I know that mortals have less memory than gods. I asked. I tried to think of what to do. Did you see the rest of what happened the few nights after? Or did you just stop once you found out what happened?
So you took all of them?
You didn't answer my question! And she stands up and is glaring at you. Did you finish remembering, or did you stop when you found out that he died?
Stopped when I found out he died.
Then you don't remember the nights you cried yourself to try to sleep, but couldn't. The times where you wouldn't do anything. The times where I tried to let you mourn. But all you did was sit and wait in the exact same spot that he would come to every week. I could not let my only daughter of a mortal sit and ruin herself for someone who wouldn't come.
You had no control over that!
You have it back. It was not right. But it's there.
Did you manipulate the mark?
You mean the mark Zeus gave you?
Yes.
No. You can make an insight check on her if you'd wish.
I would like to.
I can see it in your face. You're like, it's this bitch.
It's a natural 20, so that's a 26.
Natural 20? Oh my god.
Yeah.
You want to know something great? She's telling the truth.
And you know what the ironic thing is? You said that Zeus ruined me. Ruined my body by giving me that mark. You did it first by taking away a part of who I was. Melaena, we'll leave.
Are you how are you leaving?
She's gonna try and wake up. I don't know.
You think... And she's gonna walk over. You are allowed to be upset. But you think you're the only one who was in pain. The only one that was hurting. I may have done... Listen, insolent child. I may have done wrong. And that is not something easy for a god to accept. But I did not take them. I hid them, which is equally as wrong. But you didn't see how you were. You didn't see the amount of heartbreak that happened every single day. And on your birthday, when you wanted to leave and go to the mortal world, I let you. And when you decided to come home, it was when I was going to show you. Because that world is full of nothing but pain. No matter how much you can love someone, they're always going to leave, whether it's purposeful or not.
It's not. It's full of love and beauty and fun.
That is temporary.
And so is pain.
Pain is not temporary. I suffer every day, knowing the fact that if I had just left him alone, if he hadn't talked to me, if I hadn't egged him on, that he would be alive, researching, probably with his own family. And no matter, I am so happy that you are my daughter, no matter how upset you are at me at this moment. And I would not trade that for the world. But if I could get him back, I would. So you would never feel that pain again. And so I couldn't either. You're allowed to be upset and mad. But the fact is, when you stop listening to some facts, you're going to get more hurt. It's not me versus them. There is a middleman, Melaena. You are both. And you can't stop that.
I would like to go now.
Do as you wish. I do want you to know, however, that I do love you.
Doesn't say anything.
And she'll just, she'll snap her fingers. And as you see the world twisting away, you see her fall to her knees, hands in her face as she begins to sob. As you wake up with a startling bang, as it feels like you're being forced back to the ground from falling, and you wake up. Who wanted to talk to their mom? Who thought that'd be fun?
I thought it would be so fun.
Did you have fun?
I had so much fun. That was great.
All right, are we gonna go ahead and are we going to skip to the castle? Or do we want...
Is
do we have anything else?
Melaena gonna tell them what she found out?
Exactly. Do you want to talk about it?
Because that's big.
That's a big one.
That's a biggie.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
What's up?
I guess she's... I don't know her.
Partake with the boys.
Partake with the boys.
Partake with the boys. Okay, Bastion. No, I don't know. I rolled for it, but I'm still indecisive.
I love that you rolled for it and you were like, I have an answer. And then you're like, no.
No, Bastion. Okay, I rolled for it. I'm sticking to it. I rolled for it.
Stick to it.
Ah!
You don't have to. This can also wait until later.
Or
We can just go fight
needs
something.
to-
How about you fight your emotions and then you can fight things?
Sure.
Welcome
Let's
to
do
Tragedy
that.
Theologian.
Let's do that. Let's cope with killing something.
Cope.
We're gonna cope. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you guys begin to travel, every day it seems like it's getting cooler. And in midday, with the sun beating down, it is unrealistically warm. But as soon as the night falls, it gets insanely chilly. Far more than it's been. The first day it was only a couple degrees. The next day after that was about 10 more. And then finally, when you're about 5 hours away from the area that you're expecting to be at, midday, it's about 70 degrees.
Fuck.
You've seen all the wildlife here is the random cacti in bushels are just completely where they would normally be thriving. You see that they are slunched over, brought into themselves, like they're shielding themselves from the cold. Absolutely gone. There is no wildlife to be seen.
I would have brought a jacket. If I'd known that it was gonna be this fucking... I mean, it's not cold, but it's colder.
When you guys are arriving to the area, it's about when the sun is about to set.
Oh boy.
What
do we see? Like, is there a location? Or...
Yeah, so once you get over this hump of sand, a very large dune, you see out in the distance a almost statuesque castle that shimmers a beautiful clear blue. It's probably a few 100 feet tall at this point, but as the sun is setting, it's only about 40 degrees around this area.
Oh my god. Fuck. It's so cold.
Kazimir? A-okay.
Kazimir's like,
Ragna,
Walking out. Still like half naked, chilling.
Kazimir's like
okay.
home, like when it's
Yep.
winter,
Yep.
like winter time. Yeah, Ragna, you'd absolutely be fine. This continent never seems to get that cold, even in the winter. But with your fur, you just kind of puff up a little, just
Yep.
stay warm.
Awful.
With Melaena, I would say you're not really used to this kind of this cold either. All of your life in the other dimension, it was the perfect temperature. Like, you had no complaints. And if you wanted it to be cooler, she would make it cooler. If you wanted it to be hotter, she'd make it hotter. Here, in the first couple areas you were at, it was pretty warm. You've been up to a mountain, but this was probably about the closest that you've been to being, like, this cold.
She's pretty, like, she usually wears, like, pretty heavy leathers and stuff. She would have been, like, she would have stripped down during the trek through the desert, but she probably would have, like, put all her gear back on and, like, have a cloak that she has. And she's...
Yeah. Yeah, you could be fine. Bastion over here, one kitty out.
My nipples
kinda
could
fucking-
cut glass.
Yes.
Yep.
He's in his other outfit, the poet shirt with the pants. He did change outfits, just to clarify, but it's a very thin material. It's a very flowy material. It's light and airy.
So whenever the wind rushes and
Yeah,
pulls the
it's
shirt
just-
taut, it's just-
Melaena has been like eerily quiet for the whole track, but she will just take off her cloak and offer it to Bastion.
Oh yeah.
No
we got a
hesitation.
shivering little like imagine like ET style wrapped in like a blanket.
Oh my god.
You feel much better. You feel so much better. And this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you finish, and then I say something afterwards.
Oh, sounds good. I do have more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have more explanation as well. At this point, it's about, I'd say about 500 feet away from you. Like, you're far enough to where you can watch it and not be in immediate danger. You do see an area where the sand begins to crystallize. It's reflecting off the moon. You see that some of the ice is becoming water, so there's almost like a little coastline between the sand and the ice that's coming through the part that's like not quite hot enough, or not quite cold enough to freeze, but not quite like hot enough. It just has that middleman. You do see figures moving around. You see a few stark white creatures that are down on all fours, but that's about the most you can distinguish at this point. And this entire castle looks like it has been just fortified. There is a wall that is about 50 feet tall around the entire perimeter except the front door.
Great. How the fuck are we gonna get in there?
We could climb the wall.
Yeah, let's climb the wall. While they have guards circling. I'm sure that'll go really well.
We kill the gardens and then we climb the wall. Sorry if I'm not a military tactician, but that fucking makes sense.
I'm just laughing. I can't think of a response either.
Why are we... We're so unqualified for this. Yes. That seems to make the most sense. Kill the guards, climb the wall. Of course, it makes sense.
It's not like we want to go to the front door and ask to come in.
No. Probably not.
Before they leave,
Hmm.
Kazimir is going to turn back to Finley and Drachnos, but specifically Finley, and is going to take his javelin, break it, and just give Finley like one sharp end.
She's sitting there, knees knocking, arms around, and she like reaches out, grabs it. Why?
Guess you have to defend yourself.
Or I could hide in
Or
a
you could
warmer
defend yourself.
place.
If you hide and they find you, you're dead. So fight if you need to.
Maybe you should learn to hide better.
She's
And
right.
she just kind of
How many blankets is Finley under?
none. She's cold.
What the fuck?
You guys didn't bring blankets to the desert.
What are the
Like a bedrolls.
I feel
Like bedrolls,
Yeah.
but like those are heavy for her. Like
Yeah.
that's all.
She could probably
Those are
like
thick.
get inside some canvas, like some of the canvas tenting that they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to at night. It's easy to get warm, but it's very heavy.
Yes.
she can't just pull something on her. She's just like, I don't know what to do.
Right.
Draknos is just like trying to like warm a little fire in his hands.
Right.
So it's like trying to get closer to her, kind of like keep her warm. He's fine. He's
This
not
is-
having a big problem.
Probably as far as we should go on horses. If we don't want them
Draknos?
to get
Go ahead.
yoinked.
Attacked, yes.
Draknos nods.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any closer.
No, yeah. Okay. Dismount.
Leto she looks cold, but she's like bouncing around to keep herself warm.
Mm-hmm.
And she's looking between you and like Finley and like other people. She's just looking for some direction.
No, not against an ice giant. Sit.
Starts shivering just a little, but she's sitting.
Don't get up. Get up.
Starts bouncing around again.
Why don't you have them cuddle with Finley?
Finley, stay with Leto. Make sure she's all right.
Yeah, she's gonna nod, and then she'll get close to Leto, kind of like pet her ear, get like huddled up with her. She's holding the top of the javelin, very close, like she'll need it. But then Leto just starts like licking her face, like trying to keep her warm. Her little tail wagging. Yeah, it's up to you guys. You guys can do whatever you would like at this point.
The white creatures.
Mhm.
Kazimir seen these before?
Roll nature, investigation, or one of those two.
Okay, let me see. I don't know if there's a difference between the two.
Can we see them from here?
There's not a difference.
They're just very small.
Okay.
Oh no, that's a fucking 6.
Oh boy, that's a
Worst.
little white puffy boy.
Cool.
Bastion might be able to place it, but we already rolled for it, so.
If you can try.
Okay.
You guys are allowed to roll your own separate checks.
Okay. What?
Just you can't do it like one after the other over again.
What was it for?
Investigation or nature to figure out what those white bipedal or
23.
bipedal things. Oh yeah, that's a big fucking wolf. That's probably about a large size.
Dire wolves, or close to it.
Wait. Did I find one of these? Or was that a different wolf?
Let me double check real quick. But
Okay.
I feel like the chances of us actually being able to sneak up on them are very slim, given the fact that there's absolutely no cover. So seems like perhaps the best option is to just approach as fast as possible.
Kazimir, yes, you fought something extremely similar. These just look like they are of an Arctic variety.
Okay.
The thing that confuses me the most is why a frost giant specifically is out here in the middle of the desert, and not in what are the islands called?
Oh, the islands where the giants live.
Yeah.
That is
Thonicus?
Thonicus Major and Minor.
And not in the major miners.
Probably to be close to Snake Lady, Viper Queen, whatever.
And unfortunately, we don't have a back way through, so I think approaching as fast as we can is the strategy.
I'm not certain. Wolves are stronger in groups. If we can take them out one by one from a distance, that might be better.
They're hundreds of feet away. Do you have any suggestions as to how we do that?
Got the arrows.
Okay, well, the farthest range that I have is about 120 feet. So.
1 moment.
320 feet for me, for my weapons.
600.
Damn.
And you're gonna take them out from a distance all by yourself?
They're tough, but if they get closer, then you'll have them in range.
Is there any cover in this area?
There are small dunes here and there, but they really don't seem to be like, for one particular part of your party, they're not large enough. Ragna, you've noticed as you guys are talking, and you've been sitting here for quite a while, you see that the rotations are about 30 minutes apart. And you see there are a couple groups, like you can tell there are different numbers. Some of them look a little different from where you're at, but you can tell that they're a sizable amount apart.
So there's like, just to clarify, there's a wall, and there's like groups that like circumambulate the wall.
Yeah, but it looks like they're like from one group to another is about 30 minutes.
Okay, so we would have an opportunity to sort of run in between and
between the patrol, yeah.
try and climb up.
It's very plausible.
Okay.
Perhaps we can lure them out.
We have the time. If we catch them in between transitions, then we have a chance to get by them.
Without having to fight and spend resources.
Mm-hmm.
If we are going to climb this wall, we need a way to climb up it, because it's a straight wall. So Kazimir starts working on tying some of the javelins together to some ropes he's got, and I think he can make 3.
How high is that wall?
50 feet.
50 feet, okay.
Yeah, he can make 3.
Because he only has 3 ropes, but he has 4 javelins, and I'm gonna say the other one was just the one he broke off.
I have a piton. Piton? Python? I don't know how to say that word.
The
Yeah,
things
who
you used
knows?
to rock climb, yeah,
Yeah.
that would work too.
So
So 3 should be enough.
rope.
I also have rope.
I also have a rope.
All right. Well, I have some stuff. Shivers.
What? I'm cold.
He's cold.
It is actually cold in my house right now. So.
Immersion.
Probably
Immersion.
Probably the best. Probably our best course of action is to run in while they are not on this side and try and get over that wall. I am not particularly known for my athletic prowess, so...
Hey, is there a reason why we can't go through the front door?
Not that I've said.
What does the front door look like?
What does the front door look like?
So it looks like it's an opening about, you can't really see, but you're gonna estimate about 30 feet wide. You do see there are some figures, but they're pretty small around that area. It will lead to a very wide staircase. The courtyard is around the outside, but the staircase leads up into the castle.
The lock on the door.
We would still have to deal with the people who are guarding it, and we wouldn't have time to hide their bodies. the guards would come back around and see them there, unless we want to carry them over with us, because there's really no other place to hide them. And even if we did hide them, the guards would notice that they were gone, which would alert the security that we were around in the first place, which, if we're fine with doing that, then fine, but it seems like it might be better to lessen the number of people who will have to fight against.
Agreed.
And we haven't seen anyone from like the other side of the wall yet, right? So we don't know if there's like other people like inside the courtyard.
Right. So I would guess that going over the wall is the best bet, because it's quieter, in quotation marks.
Yes, but at a location where the guards can't see us at the front door,
Yeah.
obviously, any of them.
Obviously.
But yeah. So can we loop around and find a place where we would be able to avoid the door guards' eyesight and also time it for that like 30-minute window when the circling guards aren't there?
Very easily. Very easily. You can find a very long stretch of wall in the back. It looks like it's a bit harder to be there. Like, it looks like it's a little easier to be spotted, like if you're running up. So that's probably why they don't have as much cover as they do up front. But you can still see it's still about that 30-minute time, even at this point. And there is a full-ass wall right in front of you.
No arrow slits, no like lookout points.
Not that you can see. This just looks like this was a wall just created to keep people out.
It's too bad right now, but
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Not that again. And I guess we started.
Let's run at the
go
wall.
towards that wall. Let's run at the wall as fast as we can.
As soon as the guards are gone.
Yeah.
For some reason, Bastion counts 3, 2, 1. And
3, 2, 1.
okay, hi.
3, 2, 1.
Hate this.
Yeah, no, very easily you guys can. From 500 feet, depending on how far you can run, it's only going to take you guys a couple minutes to get up to the wall. Getting up the wall is going to be your issue.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so we're just going to say you guys ran, you went for it, you were there. You did it, I'm going to say about 5 minutes
I cast
after.
mage armor.
Perfect. You did it about 5 minutes after the others left, just so they couldn't hear you running up or doing anything. So you got about 25 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna use. Can I use my my boon of my eye to find the best path for us to climb up the wall?
I'm gonna go ahead and let you save your boon. This entire wall is about 3 feet thick. No matter what, you're pretty much going to be good. There really isn't any difference at this point without anything being stuck into the wall.
Gotcha.
Okay. Unless there are any hesitations about it, I think Kaj is going to go ahead and start chucking these makeshift grapples into the wall.
Okay, so you're gonna try to throw a grappling hook over it to.
The one made of like the javelin and rope.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. It might be a little difficult, but go ahead and roll with proficiency.
Okay, cool.
Like you're attacking.
Yeah. All right. Oh, damn it! I can't use Noda because I didn't. That's okay.
Nobody's right there though. They've just been real quiet.
Yeah. Oh, wow! I really whiffed it, guys.
No.
Can I give him guidance, or is that too late?
Too late here. And also, you can't do guidance on attack. It's only on like abilities checks.
Let me see if I can do a thing.
Oh, I thought this was an ability check. Never mind.
Nope, it's like an attack.
I could do bolstering magic on myself, but it wouldn't be worth it. I rolled too low for all these. It's a combination of fucking an 8, of 15, and just 12.
So all of them get to the top, but in order of lowest to highest. The first one slips off. It didn't even find a grip. The 12, it kind of seemed like it had it for a second, but then it just toppled back over. The last one has a little bit of a hold, but as you tug on the rope, it pulls out. It feels really slick, and now these are just a little bit wet from the ice. There's still some ice chips on them as well.
Okay. Fuck.
Try again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh shit. No, I dropped one.
Oh no, that doesn't count.
Okay.
Re-roll it.
No, I'm just gonna find a new die. Hold on.
Oh, rip.
These are much better.
Why'd you roll your good dice?
They're all good and bad dice. Fun fact. That's how dice work. That is an 18, a 20, 26, and a 26.
What was the first one?
An 18.
Yeah. This time all of them hit pull. There's no, there's like just the resistance of the rope itself. You were good to go up them.
Cool.
Hell yeah.
Now normally, using a rope up something would make it so you don't have to make any checks. At this point, this makes it to where you can do it, but you still will have to make checks. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna
fair.
need everyone to roll either athletics or acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh.
Guidance to
boy.
Bastion.
Bolstering magic to Bastion.
Oh, y'all. Oh boy. Oh.
No, I'm gonna save mine actually. I'm gonna save mine.
Yeah, save it. Do save it.
Oh, did I need to use it?
That's fine.
You have a D4.
Oh, did you re-roll your portents? And you want to use any of those?
I did
Yeah.
reroll my portents, but I have to use it before I make the roll.
Right.
7?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Yeah,
With the
I
D4.
rolled a 4 and a 1 on the D4, plus 2 for acrobatics.
Honey, at least you're pretty.
You'll be a beautiful corpse.
You're so pretty.
Before, as Bastion's trying, I think Ragna starts just like wrapping a rope around his waist, like, and then he wraps the rope around his own waist. And I'll roll twice, but I rolled a 19, so it's like 26 to just start climbing.
26. Okay, so 26. Yeah, that you're pretty good. I will need you to make another one about halfway up. What did everyone else get? We'll get to 7 in a second.
I got 21.
21, you made it about halfway up. 19, you've made it about halfway up. And then I'll just need another one from everyone. Bastion, you start to head up. These shoes were not made with good traction. And so as you're trying to climb up the wall, your feet kind of start to slip. You're not more than about 5 feet from the ground as you just kind of fall. You don't hurt yourself. You're not going to take any damage for this one. But you need to make your first one all over again.
I have him tied to me. Does that help him at all? Because I tied a rope around myself, and then I tied a rope around
How
him.
long is your rope?
It's usually like what?
It's usually 50 feet, so
Well,
you wouldn't have a lot of leeway.
That
Yeah, I wouldn't have a lot of
if it's
leeway.
50, I'll just say if anything after this, it might help him, but it might weigh you down.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
At least gives him a better chance.
Well, the thing is that no matter what, this first one, he's going to fall slightly lighter to the ground, maybe just barely touching it, as the rope just pulls taut, and it's not a very high fall, so you're just like, you feel a little tug.
Gotcha.
So you're gonna have to do that first one again. What are the second ones from everyone else?
That's an 18.
18?
24.
24?
Unnatural 20.
A natural 20. Okay, so you guys are able to make it up pretty easily. Kazimir has a little second where it's a little slick. But you make it up just fine. Bastion, what's your first one?
Oh, I forgot. I was gonna give that
12.
So this time, this is a weird one. So this time when you're like falling, he's already on the top.
Am I rolling with advantage?
You're not.
Okay.
This is just making it so you're not falling all the way back to the bottom again.
Okay.
You're not going to take damage unless you roll really bad and something happens to Ragna.
Okay.
So he's just saving you from falling. This time you let go, but you're still about 10 feet above from the ground. You're just kind of dangling for a second. You can grab on and try to do it again.
Yeah.
And I assume Melena's going to guidance you this time.
If we're at the top, I'm just gonna start pulling the rope. Just
Okay, now you can roll with advantage because he's pulling.
Okay. I rolled 22 that time.
Oh yeah, you. I'm just gonna say with that, you make it all the way up with his help. You're going, and then he's doing most of the work, but it's okay.
God. There's
And
no
at this
dignity
point-
in playing a wizard. There's no dignity, especially with this character. Just none.
But he's so pretty. He looks so good.
At least he's pretty. God bless.
Yeah, I love
Okay.
him so much. So you
So
guys
now
are
we
at
are-
the top.
Yes, we are now on top of the wall.
Mhm.
We can now see what was like blocked off by the wall. Is there? If we were to follow the length of the wall, would we be able to like reach like the actual like building?
You have to play that really carefully. I'm gonna need you guys to stealth if you do that, because you still have people walking around the base that can look up and see you.
Right.
But from where you can currently see, the building itself is about 50 feet away from the side of this wall. But you guys can check and see if there's any like balconies or anything like that. So go ahead and roll me a stealth to start walking around, and then I'll let you know.
Okay.
I rolled 215, so 15.
A stealth?
Bastion, no!
What are we rolling with advantage? Okay. Just,
He rolled with
just
disadvantage
Ragna?
because of his armor.
Rob has disadvantage because he's wearing chain.
What?
What do we roll? What do we roll there, Bess?
No, you
CX?
STX?
A CX?
an 8.
Nate, and then how high did Melaena get?
I got a 22. Come on,
Yeah.
guys.
I'm sorry, you have like a plus 22, okay? Look.
Yeah, that means you roll really low. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, Melaena has such a good plus. So Melaena starts. This is no problem. You have balance before. You've ran around on like rooftops before. This is fine. This is not a big deal. And you're just scurrying along the side. Ragna, you're able to stay quiet. However, this is it's about 3 feet wide, so it's easy enough to walk. It's still nerve-wracking, so you're going to take a little bit more time to go. Bastion. You... How do I want to rule this? I feel like at this point, you are trying to just stay quiet, that you are moving so slow. That you are, like, trying not to fall. And you're trying to move very slowly, but you're still hooked to Ragna. So he's pulling you a little faster than you want to go. So it's making it a little harder, and definitely like, Ragna, this and then just like so you're a little noticeable. Just
I'm coming. God damn it.
Kazimir,
Come on, then.
I feel like you are taking this the most stoic way you can, slow but steady. But hooves on ice is much louder than you'd expect.
God, clapping so loud.
Clop, clop, clop. You guys got a second, so give me 1 minute.
I'm gonna start ice skating in a second.
Then you'll give me shit for rolling bad. You're not allowed to bully me ever again.
Like an idiot when we can't save you.
We do it because
That's why it's stupid.
You have succeed. Let's not even like. Let's give it its real name. Like, there's a difference.
Not
You guys.
to me.
We're such a functional
Not to
party,
my
you guys.
petty ass.
I love you guys so much.
Are we spotted, Serenity? Are we spotted?
I love you guys so much, but you're terrible. You're all terrible. Melaena can see ahead. There is a sizable balcony. It looks like it would fit, at least a giant. So, it's on one of the, lower middle floors. And it's about 30 feet from the wall. That's about the best you're gonna get. You're going really close to the front at this point, so this is about as far as would be from what you can tell, because you're starting to see the watchmen up front. This is probably about as far as you'll be able to go this direction if you're searching.
Wait, how far away is the door that's big enough to fit a giant?
It's a balcony. It's about 30 feet away from the wall. That's about as close as you're gonna get at this point.
Shit.
From this side.
Melaena will point it out.
Do we have any way of getting there?
Good.
Yeah, Kazimir, do you have any more of those
Grappling hooks. That's the word I was going for.
grapplers?
Grapplers.
I think he would have just kept them from when they were last used. So yeah.
They would have been fine.
Maybe give it a shot?
All right. I'm gonna go ahead.
It's 30 feet from the wall, but about 10 feet up. So it's about
It would be more like a rope to climb across.
about 10 feet up. So I mean, you can pull it, and then you might have to swing, but you can go upwards.
Okay. We'll try.
Guidance.
Hold on.
Can you tell them to roll guidance before they roll their dice, please?
It was before he rolled the dice.
Right before.
Okay.
Hey, I heard those clink clanks.
No, I know, but he was rolling, and as he was throwing it, you're like, God!
Guidance is a D4.
Yeah. Yeah.
Serenity.
I'd held Soft so well from not snorting on stream for a year, and here I am.
Here we
I
are.
feel
Snorting
anger.
good.
I
Snorting
feel
good.
hurt. I feel.
It's cute.
How did you roll?
I got a 28.
Yeah,
Nice.
for one of them.
Yeah, that was the first one, so I think after that.
I feel like we'll just
be
use one, right?
Yeah, we'll just use one. So, you just go across one at a time.
Oh, that's totally fine. Yeah, that is absolutely fine. So, tell me real quick. If you're going to use one rope, and it's 30 feet from you, 10 feet up, what are you going to do once you swung the rope over to climb up?
Just
Throw it back. Y'all.
Oh, you're gonna throw the whole grappling hook back?
No, the rope. Just chuck the rope.
Cut the rope.
Oh, crack the rope. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, who's going first?
I think
Melaena should go first.
No, I need to stay back so I can give everyone guidance.
Oh, okay.
I think Kaj is going to go first and is going to bring it's just going to carry Bastion with him.
Guidance. On like his back?
For ease of transportation, yes.
You want me to
just like
climb on spider monkey?
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, that tight spider monkey. I love that movie. Anyway.
Fine.
Guidance.
Put your pride aside. We don't want to get caught by snake people.
He just kneels down so that Bastion can wrap around his thick ass neck.
What'd that neck do though?
That neck flex, so if Bastion says something wrong, then
Drink
Bastion
some
fall in.
water. We gotta hydrate, you fucking demons.
I already hydrated, so.
Okay, so sorry, reiterate. Are you tying him on, or is he just holding on?
Well, we do have enough slack on the rope to tie around, so
I have my own rope.
I was gonna say, he has a whole rope wrapped around Ragna.
Yeah, so just switch.
It's like a fucking babushka.
No, stretch and posture check. Come on, you guys.
Oh my god.
Fucking comfy.
Love you guys. How dare you? All right. So athletics.
Yep.
I am going to have whatever you are rolling. You are going to roll a 17. I'm using a portent for this.
Okay. Then that would be a 24.
Okay, so this first check is for you to swing and then start climbing up. Actually, not. You could just do this in one with that roll. Bastion is luckily tied the fuck on. Like a little baboose.
I hate this.
I
hate this.
Just a baby in the chest.
Baby Bjorn.
Baby Bjorn is a Bjorn.
Bjorn.
Bastion Bjorn.
Bastion Bjorn. That's a new magic item.
You said
It's
Taj had dad energy. Here we are.
That is a new magic item. It's like a bag of holding but only for Bastion. To fit in.
Why?
And his little legs stick out the sides at the bottom.
Amazing.
No, you guys are fine. Bastion, you are a little whiplashed. Cause it's like you take a second, you're going, once he kind of stops, bonk. Like just a second of no effect, just
fucking
he's
get
he's a
crushed
wall.
between Kazimir's body and the ice wall.
What a way to die. That's what I want.
We're rocking a hard place.
There is an impact point on the ice.
Looney Tunes style. No, and you climb up, you're just fine. You go up there.
General Kenobi.
General Kenobi. I don't know how that got here, but I love it.
And then it's going to toss the rope back. Do I need to make a check for that?
No, they need to make an athletics or an acrobatics to catch it, though.
Okay.
You fucking missed this. I swan to John.
Guidance. I'll catch it.
How many guidances do you fucking have?
You can just use it. It's a cantrip.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
What is it? An acrobatics?
Or athletics.
That's a 28.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. So you catch it. Now I just need another one for you swinging down and off and then climbing up.
I hand it to Ragna. Guidance.
Nice. Okay, now I need you to do an athletics or acrobatics to swing, stay on, and climb up.
That's oh, that's actually pretty good. That's 26.
26. Okay, fair question. Has Christian ever rolled bad in this campaign? God damn your dice.
I feel like he's rolled poorly.
Once or twice.
I've rolled poorly once or twice. Why would you
right.
jinx it now?
It's so funny to me. I'm sorry.
Why would you jinx this now?
Do it. Jinx him.
Please don't.
Tune in next week for the death of Ragna.
This is why I shut the fuck up. This is why I shut the fuck up, because I'm not saying shit.
Nah, he ain't dying until Apollo gets his fucking friendship bracelet.
Well, it's because I rolled a 4 on the D4 and a 15, and then I might.
You're fine. You don't have to explain yourself. I'm joking with you. You're fine.
I don't want to die.
Yeah, very easily. You just swing. You're holding on. Climb on up.
And that's a good point, Thorin. That's a good point, Thorin. I did roll poorly in that fight.
Oh, that's right. That's the only time you've rolled poorly is when Echo's like,
I'll roll for you. What? No.
all right, now, you're gonna have to catch it again, Melaena, and then you're gonna have to do the check.
Guidance. 14?
You catch it?
Yeah.
It just slips between your fingers.
No.
At this, I do want to let you guys know, at this point, the guards are starting to round the corner.
Throw it again.
Oh!
Throw it again. Throw it again.
Whoa.
Oh wait, is there shadows?
No, this is an ice place in the middle of this is an ice palace, and the moon is like right up, like atop you guys. It's
This bitch is
bright
a
as
fucking
shit.
disco ball, baby.
Storm. Yeah, where else? The desert.
Alright,
Are we gonna take it out? We can't take it too much. Nope.
You're too good.
Probably gonna catch it.
Yeah, we're only going to catch it. And I'm gonna have them start looking out.
26.
26, you definitely catch it. Go ahead and roll your athletics. And then none of them have seen you so far because I'm using your stealth. So
Is this purely athletics or acrobatics?
either.
Ah, good.
I mean, only athletics. Fuck.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
No,
You're fine.
No, I was so afraid of this.
Wait, what did you do? Did you fucking talk shit and then get hit?
Of course they did. Of course they did.
15. 15.
So, you're holding on.
We love us so.
We love us so.
So, you're holding on to it. As they're rounding the corner, you hear some talking in a very low voice. But it's not a language you can understand.
Damn it.
And you immediately go, just to try to get out of sight. As you're going, this rope has been handed back and forth, and it's been around ice. It's a little slippery. So as you're swinging, your hands kind of loosen and you lose your grip. You're gonna go ahead and fall.
Oh
To the courtyard. That's okay, because that's only what, 5d6? Because you're 50 feet up?
That's half the max.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Molly's gonna die.
Oh my
It's
god.
fine, I'm a cleric.
You're gonna take 10 total damage as you fall.
10?
That's not bad.
Yeah. I rolled like 1s and 2s,
Oh.
and then I rolled a 3.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
It's always the same. It's always this. Always great.
I'm really glad to let you guys go first.
Just look
At least there's
over.
only one of you.
Melaena is just like winded on the ground and just like on top of them.
Can you use your daggers to climb?
The rope is just like, as long as you can like jump high enough to get to it, like, so I'll just need you to make
Yeah,
like
this 5'2" bitch. Let's see what ups you got.
hold up. Like, standing jumping can let you jump like, what's your strength? Like your whole modifier?
0.
No, the
No, what's the big number? What's the
big number.
Oh, you said modifier.
The score.
I did.
The score is 10.
You can jump and get to the rope again. You'll just need to make another athletics or acrobatics to climb up.
I deserve this.
Just making fucking Link noises. Oh,
Please.
Yeah.
I rolled. Last time I rolled a 9 and on one of my D4. I rolled another 9 and on one of my D4. It's another 15.
You're not gonna take any. No, you're gonna take 1 because it's over 10 feet. You're gonna take 1 damage.
Oh my god.
As it just slides from your hands and you fall to the ground again.
Come on.
Hang on.
I have no more rope.
I had to make it dramatic.
Wait, no, I have the other javelins. What the fuck am I doing?
What are you gonna do? Spear her?
Pull!
Literally, I was gonna just fucking it was gonna take one rope, tie it to the other rope, fucking chuck it down to the ground, and then have her climb back up.
That's what she just did, and she fell.
started doing that.
But it's gonna be a direct line from the ground to where they are because it's 2 ropes tied together.
She'll still have to roll, cause
I understand,
Yeah.
but
Wait,
there won't be a
can't-
jump check.
Can't you just like
there
hold?
wasn't a jump check.
Can't
Oh.
The
you
modifier
just,
was fine.
Can you just hold on to the thing and then like pull her up when she holds on?
Yeah, true.
Yes.
I'll just do that.
As you, that is totally fine. You jump up and you grab on. You're starting to be pulled. I don't assume you're going to let go on purpose, and I feel like at this point you're just like wrap, go.
Yes.
Below you do see that there are torch lights that are starting to move.
Oh shit.
Like they've noticed that something's been moving around. As you're pulled all the way up, you do see a couple large figures, head to toe, covered in wool.
It's a sheep.
No, I don't think it's sheep.
I don't think it's cheap.
At least one
Can
sheep.
It might be sheep.
I? No, I'm not gonna.
I wish it was sheep.
It could be.
That's
Wishful
one sheep.
One bipedal, 7-foot tall sheep.
Walking up with the torch. Meh.
Oh, that's a nightmare. That's a tragedy.
That's the tragedy of Theolosian.
That's a tragedy.
It's a fucking monster sheep. We need
God.
pictures.
That's the worst.
Would you rather fight 12 sheep-sized
Sheep.
giants or one giant-sized sheep?
Would you rather fight? Would you rather fight one Kazimir-sized sheep or one sheep-sized Kazimir?
Would
Jesus.
would extinguishing the torches give us any like help in being unnoticed?
How would you extinguish the torch?
It's not our torches.
Prestidigitation.
It's
Oh.
not your torch. It's. Wait,
But like, are they
prestidigitation?
using it to try and like illuminate the area?
They are. What types of prestidigitation? What does that use for?
Prestidigitation, you instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
What are the components?
There are none. Oh, it's verbal and somatic.
They would hear you.
That's sweet.
Ah, fuck. Never mind.
They would see you and they would hear you. More about this not sheep. You could see that their hands are large and clawed. Their feet almost look like primate, as there's like a thumb at the bottom.
Is it a yeti?
They have large horns and very sharp teeth, and he's just looking around, just sniffing, and then you just hear like a low rumbling. This language that is not only impossible to probably decipher, but to pinpoint. If you didn't know that Yetis only speak Yeti, just this low, like guttural, just growling, and it sounds almost like nothing, but you can tell he's saying something.
That's not good. We should probably move quickly.
Pull back immediately.
You guys are on the balcony. There is kind of ironically from how awful it's been so far, these beautiful double doors made of pure ice. There's thinner ice where the glass would be. As you look inside, there is no one in this room and no light.
Let it go. Let it go.
We are going to get sued by Disney.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the mouse.
Here's how much we can use of that song. The amount that we can sing that song is That's it.
I think I hear the lawyers. I
hear them. Haha, you listen, motherfuckers. You can't sing my song around here.
I'm coming for your family. Are you ready to be God? Take your kneecap, son. Okay. Let's go inside.
I don't know if I can do this anymore.
Fuck.
God damn it.
Okay, one more before you have to continue. Fucking Mickey looking at Ragna with like the same coloration of scar and one eye being covered. It's like, haha, that's a copyright strike. Okay.
Good.
I'm done.
Great.
I done. Okay, back to the game.
We're inside.
We're
trying to get inside.
Inside this room, what you see is all of the furniture and everything equivalent looks to also be made of ice. The only things that aren't made of ice in this room that does look like a bedroom are the pillows that look to be stuffed and crudely sewn together. And you do see a blanket, but it looks like it's pretty much stuck around the bottom of the bed so you don't stick to it.
How is any of this comfortable?
Different giants have different comfort levels. What might be frigid to a different giant may be warm to another. So
Kazimir just points and is like, that looks pretty comfortable, yeah.
You're fucking bullshitting. You're bullshitting.
I'm not. That's pretty similar to what I slept on for some time. Were we looking for something?
That's so sad.
I think at the same time they say at the same time, Ragna and Bastion said, "That's so sad."
That's so sad.
Poor baby.
Anyway, let's go look for something important.
Yes. So, in
Hydrate.
I didn't know what you said.
hydrate.
It terrified me. And
That didn't sound like water.
That sounds like a fucking gun.
who's fucking? Haha! That's what you get for singing my favorite song. I'm
Actually,
not
fun
gonna stop
fact,
with the Disney jokes. Will you leave?
we do have cans of water at work. It's very weird. I'll send pictures.
interesting.
Is it like seltzer water?
No, it's just water. It's weird. It's not good.
Fucking
Anyway,
hate America.
That's illegal.
Anyway.
it's terrible. Anyway,
Okay, so now we just need to get Andre out of his work for horrible work conditions, including
Is there
water.
anything cool and interesting in this room?
Investigate.
Yeah.
Roll to it. Roll to investigate.
Can I help Bastion with that roll and guidance?
Can
You can do one.
my passive perception of 24 do anything?
Maybe. Let's see what everyone else rolls.
Oh my god.
I got a 4. Taj is on the defensive.
Kashimir's like, that bed looks comfy as fuck,
Hot
and
garbage.
I'm not changing my mind.
15.
15. Okay.
Advantage?
Yes. Rolled bad.
He feels really bad about Kashmir thinking that bed's comfy. So
I feel bad?
you feel bad, and then you question feeling bad because you're like, that's sad for you.
Accurate.
Anyway, Bastion looking around, that's a whole lot of ice. It starts to all kind of like meshed together. The walls are ice, the floors are ice, all the furniture's ice. There's really not any.
15? Nothing in here?
There's a lot of ice.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ragna, at this point, you can tell with like differentiating like what is and what isn't, like separating. The most you can tell about this room is really that the bed looks too small for a giant. Same with Bastion. You can both tell that this isn't the Frost Giant's room. There's nothing interesting in here.
Guess we should head outside then.
Yes. Stealthily as possible, yes.
Yeah. Man, I wish I had passed without trace. I sure do wish I had that right about now.
That'd be pretty cool.
I miss Asriel.
Man, rip.
Oh, that boy.
I will say, for the record, Bastion would have left Xerxes behind with the horses.
You know, you could just pop him out and in
He's a
existence
familiar.
because he's a familiar.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You're so happy, and I love that.
I can do so much magic with this bitch now.
God.
I just imagine you like make Xerxes appear, and then he just starts tapping on ice because he can't get a fucking hold of the ground. He's like, ah.
Like a dog on the linoleum.
Doing this voice.
Exactly, dog on the nose.
Oh, he's gonna hate you. Oh no. I love that.
That's enough.
Okay, so are you guys rolling stealth to?
Yes.
Yes, I will roll stealth.
Yeah.
My fucking god!
Damn it! I was goddess to Ragna.
Wait.
Oh, no.
Oh, guidance to me?
Yes.
You can no. You're doing your own roll. You can guidance yourself if you want, but you can't guidance other people with it too. If you're making your own roll, like how I've been told to play, because if you're making an action, I don't mind you adding a guidance to your own action, but if you're helping someone else with an action, that's two separate things. Does that make sense?
Can't
That makes sense.
guidance then.
Oh, you can guidance and then do it.
still.
Yeah, just not at the same time. Cool. Yeah. You
Yeah.
totally.
Oh
Stand
yeah, no,
still
I
for
wasn't
6
doing it at the same
seconds.
time. I was just trying to say it before Ragna
Got it.
rolled.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. If it's like a separate complete action, 100%
Yeah.
cool because it lasts a minute. But if you're like, I'm doing this and guidance, then it's like, no, one. Yes, perfect.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
totally fine. No, you're fine. That was my miscommunication. Okay, what do we got?
5.
5.
5. We fucking whipped it.
What did Melaena get?
28.
Truly, I would have rolled better if I had just used my lower portent roll.
Yeah, so guess what? I rolled a 2, and the D4 was a 3.
Wait. I do get to add 2, so it's a 9. Did I say 9?
I rolled a nat 1, y'all.
Holy
Kazimir,
fuck.
can I describe what this looks like?
Oh
Please,
my
I'd love
God.
to hear that.
This is just
As-
off for all the times that Melaena has rolled back.
He's already. I rolled bad. Just let me roll stealth all the time.
I think
Go ahead.
what happens
Okay.
is everyone's trying to move forward, and Ragna's really struggling. And Kazimir's like, okay, I have to go super slow. Be careful. Takes one step forward, fucking slips, and bam, just fucking cracks his jaw as he like just slams to the ground.
He's like,
Baby. Wait, how much do you weigh?
Like 700 plus pounds.
Almost a full ton.
Dude, you're gonna crack that fucking ice.
Holy
I know.
shit.
I feel like Ragna at this point, because I know Ragna doesn't wear shoes. I feel like your bean pads and like are too slippery, so your claws are out. So you're trying to like walk, just trying to.
Just struggling.
You see, you're leaving little like claw marks, little ice shards. Yeah. So as you biff it, Kazimir, you fall. It fucking hurts in this hallway, and then when you fall, you hear an audible crack in the ground, and it sprays out. It doesn't completely fall apart.
Ooh.
But it's down a bit on the hallway, one side, and down another way. And there's a very a sizable Kazimir mark where like you hit the main part of your body, and it busted a little.
Oh boy. Kazimir gets back up. And
I honestly think that because we rolled so shitty, I think Ragna and Kaj are next to one another, just struggling, and
just
tries to help him up as best as he can.
God.
Takes his claws into the ice, helps Kazimir.
Tries to help him.
Melaena, you're doing fucking great.
And Melena's
No one can see you. No one
fucking
can see
ice
you.
skating over here.
You look lovely. No one can see you. You look great, and no one can see you. Because no one can see this.
Like watching this and just.
And Melaena tried to. She fucking guidance Ragna. She's like, "Here, let me help you." And then here he is, like,
"Let me help you." And he was like, "Absolutely not."
For Bastion, I feel like all of the like loud everything that happened behind you when Kazimir fell, and there were cracks on the ground. You just audibly like
I mean,
what?
he had Xerxes like scratching on the ground for a couple seconds.
He put out Xerxes.
So, well, we said like he had Xerxes out for like a couple seconds, so there was definitely like a squawk.
Oh, I was totally joking. If we want to make that totally real,
it happened.
I love that. It's like, come on, Xerxes. It's just like he looks so mad at you.
Sorry. He goes away.
Melaena, you are hiding in a little alcove. No one can tell where you are. Everyone, you hear loud footsteps coming up from in front of you, down the hall a bit of the ways in an opposite direction.
Hide.
There is the room you just came from. There is a door on the opposite side of this room as well, or this hallway as well.
Should we go through the door?
Yeah, I think that might be the best course of action.
Let's go through that door.
Okay, so you go through the other room.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as best we can. If there are no checks to be made, then yeah.
Okay. Melaena, are you going with them? Or you want to stay where you are? You'll still have your stealth no matter what.
I don't know. Melena's gonna go with them.
Yeah, you're just quiet. Like, honestly, no matter what, this isn't changing anything. So you guys slip into this room. I assume Melena's last gently closes the door behind you as you guys scurry.
Yes. Yes.
Closes the door. This room, you can see, is actually a full ice music room. In the middle of this room, you can see an extremely large piano it's very rudimentary, but it looks like it's about the size of what a giant could play. There are other instruments all along the wall as well. Some are normal sized, while others are much larger than what a humanoid would normally use. Things to hide behind. There's a closet. It looks like there's a piano.
Get in the closet.
Just all three, everybody in the closet.
Get in the closet.
I feel like
what do you feel?
How high is the room?
How tall is it?
Yeah.
It's about 30 feet tall. The door in was pretty big.
Are there any? You said the closet?
Yeah, there's the closet and then there's the piano. Those are really the only sizable things you could hide in or behind in this room.
Can I Oh, I don't want to do this. This is so risky.
Why don't you just tell me? Cause
Can I like parkour and do that cool shit where it's just like in the corner of the room, just like
Are you Spider-Manning this? Are you Spider-Manning this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
you know what? For being the only one who didn't roll like trash, I will let you try.
Well,
Cool.
If any of you other guys asked, I would have been like, "How are you gonna do it?" With that, I can pretty much see how she could do it.
why would I ask if I could do that? I know who I'm playing. Like, under what circumstances would I be like, let me try this?
Bastion is good at everything.
You're right.
Do I have to roll anything, or am I just good to just?
Can you just roll me an acrobatics with advantage?
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
You've earned it.
You're so quiet. You
Nice.
take your time.
22.
Pretty decent.
Yeah. The only thing is that with your body heat, some of the
Hands get
ice.
stuck to the ice.
Yeah, it's yeah. Your hands get stuck on there with the body heat going onto the ice, and it's going. So you are stuck there because you're going to have to remove yourself, but you are there. You are not moving.
I'm gonna go. Ryder's gonna go behind the piano.
Kaj is also gonna go behind the piano.
I need you both to try to make spells again. Bastion, you're in the closet.
Yes, I'm going into the closet.
I'll let you do it with advantage.
Thank you.
What a
I give you triple advantage because
what a fitting
Bastion
thing
was
to do
never in
after
the
being
closet.
called a fruit earlier.
I fucking rolled a 9 and an 8.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
God will not let me win. With my modifier, that's an 11.
Okay. You go into the closet. None of the clothes in here are any good.
Disgusting.
It's disgusting. And you try to find something to hide behind, but then you realize a lot of this is really thin ice.
Oh my
So you have to like kind of jimmy yourself into the corner, pull some of the gross clothes over you to try to make it work. So you are mostly hidden. It is a little obvious if they search for too long. What did you guys get?
Let me roll.
Ragna, what'd you get?
Thank God, a good roll.
What did you get? What did you get, Kaj?
I got a 22.
He became one with the piano. He's like,
Apollo is channeling himself through me.
I got an 18. I rolled a natural
Finally.
20. I rolled a natural 20 and an
Okay.
18.
Good. Okay.
Some good fucking rolls.
Finally, some good fucking rolls. Guys.
You wanted this, Serenity!
No,
wanted this from me.
I'm legit happy. I'm just like, I'm glad it's behind the piano, because it's really funny to me that like I just imagine both of you guys like, because it's like a grand piano, so I imagine like one of you guys is like kind of huddled like almost into it, while the other one's like hiding like around the outside. It works. You're fine.
Tag yourself. Where are you in this room?
You and this piano!
Tag yourself. Where are you? Are you in the closet, in the corner, on the piano? The door slams open. Fuck. You guys hear the noises going on outside. There is a moment before the door handle jiggles. It's almost like more of like an ice tinkle as it opens. Don't laugh because I said tinkle. Fuck you.
What do you want from me?
Sound. That's the sound.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll tinkle.
I'm tired of this. You see a few more of the same things you saw downstairs. There's 3 of them. They open the door and they start sniffing.
Oh no. Can I replace their roll with a 9?
You can replace one of their rolls with a 9. 1, 2, or 3.
1.
Good choice. So they're all kind of looking around, one of them, number one, decides to look in the closet. Fine. And they're all checking around certain things. They look at the piano. They leave. The door kind of almost slams behind them as they're in a hurry to go try to find you guys. And after a few moments, you can hear their footsteps are no more.
Oh my god.
Ragna just slides off where he was holding on to the piano, just like a cat like on the wall, just like slides down.
It's covered in like water residue from the eyes.
A little hoarfrost.
Then there's Melaena. How you doing up there, buddy? You want to get down?
Yeah.
Okay.
I use prestidigitation to warm up my hands and melt the ice, and then I can jump down.
Go ahead and roll me an acrobatics to fall without damage.
$16.
Perfect. You're fine. It's very Spider-Man-esque. It's wonderful.
3-point landing. Super cool.
Super cool. Hurts in the
Bastion comes out of the closet.
Yeah, he does.
I've never been in. Yeah, make your jokes. It's very funny.
I know, that's why I said I was going to give you triple advantage, because you've never been in the closet before, so I figured it was your time, but I can't give you triple advantage, so.
Your time.
Can we take this seriously, please? We almost got pulled apart by Yetis.
Now we're taking it seriously.
Were we not taking it seriously before?
I was taking it very seriously. I don't know what you're talking about. You're not taking it seriously, Ragna?
Wait, question. Is this in character? Out of character?
I'm in character.
I'm out of character. I'm not. But I will bring up that you brought a peacock into what Ice Palace.
I just wanted to see how helpful he could be.
Apparently very helpful to the Eddies.
Well, okay. Well, that's why I sent him away, Melaena. Thank you. Are we gonna find this fucking ice giant or what?
Kazimir clocks the ice like instruments and just like remembers it for later.
Kazimir will remember this.
Kazimir.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I guess we move on, I guess.
Let's go.
Let's go, lesbians.
I don't
Let's
want to
go,
roll any more
lesbians.
stealth checks.
I don't want to roll any more checks.
Are you guys going stealthily, or are you just going?
Yes. We're gonna try.
Which
God.
Stealthy.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth. Who are you giving guidance to, Melaena?
Bastion's already rolled, so Ragna.
No! Fuck! We can't do this. We're not designed for this. We're just built different.
Now you know why I always scout ahead. Now you know.
Is this truly the tragedy of Theolosian? No one can roll a stealth check!
What'd you get, bud? What'd you get, pal?
I got a 19 total.
Oh, good.
Fine.
Good.
I got a 9 total. I rolled a 7 again.
Gosh,
Don't look at me.
What happened?
I got a 6.
so you rolled a 2?
I rolled a 2.
Oh my god.
So you guys begin to leave the room.
I rolled a 22.
Oh, good for you! Good for you, Melaena!
Why are you taking this out, buddy?
What if God
Why are you
was
rolling?
one
You're a
of
damn rogue.
us?
What if God
Shut
could
up
roll
about
a
it.
stealth check?
Shut up about everything!
So Melaena and Ragna head out first. They're doing great. They're pretty quiet. They haven't seen the Yetis. They haven't heard them. Bastion walks out next. Those shoes start to click, just a tiny, because you didn't realize the heels were so heavy on the ice. And this time, Kazimir, I feel like you're just going like so slow, holding on to the sides of the wall, and there's just a little clack of your heel or your hooves every time you're going down the hallway. And it starts to ring just a bit.
It's like when you're like going to the ice rink for the first time. You don't know
Holding
shit
on to
about
the railing.
holding on to the fucking wall.
You guys aren't even rolling dex checks for any of this ice yet, but I don't want to know how that's gonna go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've already rolled. Literally, Christian went, "Are we gonna have to roll dex checks?" And I'm like, "Sometimes."
These are all the dex checks. These are all.
Oh my god.
Well, I meant not to slip. Now, right now, it's just to walk. So you see my issue. So you guys begin to go down the hall. As you are going down this hall, you can see where the Yetis came from, which is actually a staircase leading down to the main floor. You can see that there are two rounded, large staircases that go around down to the foyer. Forward, there's more to the hall. Up this way, up the opposite way, there's another stairway upwards, but it's one singular stairway.
I feel like the giant would be up.
Right?
I mean, that makes sense. If that, why would they be wandering around the castle?
For snacks? I think they probably... I feel like there's this is like an entire fucking palace. There's probably like a throne room or something. Maybe that's upstairs. Or it's their bedroom. Maybe we could find them, because it is nighttime, so... But we don't know when they sleep.
I don't know much about giants. Only what my father told me about them, but I don't know if they sleep like us.
Well, upstairs or downstairs?
Let's try upstairs.
Up we go.
As you go upstairs, as you get to the top, you see two hallways, left or right. You are seeing far more doors that are very similar to the size that the other ones were, just about 25 feet tall. There are about 5 rooms to the left and about 6 to the right.
So these are larger doors.
These are about the same size. You've noticed that all these doors are about that size.
Okay.
But these are singular tall doors.
What should we do?
I mean, should we listen? Maybe there are voices we can hear.
Maybe.
Or, people, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. Go one by one and fucking...
Look for, I don't know. I don't know castles that well, so I don't know what constitutes a grand bedroom, so...
Ragna, as you guys are talking, you can hear voices from below. But with your passive perceptions, you can also hear them from the left and the right hallway.
Okay. You can all see Ragna's ears twitching a lot. And they point down, and then, like, they twitch, and they point left and right. And he just goes, well, I can't hear them, but I can't understand them, but I can certainly hear them all over us, so...
Pick a direction.
I don't want to go back down because they're probably looking for us back down there. So just go straight, I suppose.
We can only go left or right, correct?
Left, right, or back downstairs.
Let's go. then.
Left.
What is everyone's passive perception? Again, I'm so sorry. I know there's a 16, 13. There's 2 16s. Okay. Sweet. Everyone. You can hear a boisterous voice ring through the castle. You can feel it coming from downstairs. But little chandeliers begin to sway as this yell comes out. It's actually more like a chuckle. And that's all rumbling from below. And you hear a low, loud voice say, "Visitors, bring them my way."
In common.
You do. There is a that was a much clearer way to say it, but there is a bit of an accent on him. But in common.
Well,
I guess downstairs is the actual option.
Who wants to see the visitors? Let's.
We shouldn't disappoint.
Of course not.
We can investigate the rooms afterwards.
We go downstairs.
As you begin to head downstairs, 2 of the Yetis are standing in front of you, both with extremely large spears. They look at you and point down the stairs.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Excuse us.
squeeze past here.
Bristles past. Yeah. Just gives a little shoulder knock at one of them.
You're gonna shoulder check a Yeti?
Maybe.
Can you check a Yeti?
Kazimir, have you tried,
What?
like, just chilling the fuck out for 2 seconds?
No. Does not
Hey,
know. Does not know chill.
Do you shoulder check the Yeti?
Oh my
No.
god.
Okay.
It was a bit.
That's why I was making sure.
Yeah.
So I was be like,
You can barely stand on this ice. How can you check somebody?
I know. I know.
You put your shoulder against the Yeti and then your feet just fall out from under you.
the shoulder check was accidental. You were trying to stand your ground.
Totally accidental.
Yeah.
You do, as you get closer to these Yetis, they just reek. They stink of rotten flesh and just, like, there's been no washing for months.
Do they have crosses in their eyes?
You can go ahead and make a check. They're about, like, 15 feet tall, so you'll
Can I also make
15?
Can I
Small
take that?
bitches.
Can I also make that check?
Yeah.
Fuck me.
I'd also make the check.
Yeah, you
Lord
can,
and
everyone can make the check if they'd like.
Can I get advantage because I'm a little taller?
I roll a
You can get
natural
advantage
one.
because I was gonna say you could get advantage because you're a little guy, but I guess Bastion took it the other way.
You're a little guy. I got a 19.
Yeah, 19. Kazimir, you can have advantage.
25.
Yeah. No.
Get all the bad rolls out.
That's a 10. It's a 10.
Yeah. One of them breathes in your direction, and it just catches you. Yeah, it's awful. For you other 2 who are standing downwind of these, it's not great either. There are crosses on over their eyes.
Fucking yikes.
Whoops.
As you look, as you can hear behind you, there are Yetis that are coming from that side as well, and they just watch you go down the stairs. At the front door, there are not only Yetis, but these giant Arctic wolves that are being held on leashes. They're just watching you pass. They're snarling. There's this awful foam that's dripping off of their maws as they're just snapping at you.
Do they
Kind
also
of
have
jumping.
crosses in their? Do they also have crosses in their eyes?
They do not. Or no, hang on. Let me look.
The
They do.
wolves.
They do.
Wolves, yeah. Oh,
They
okay.
do.
Cool. Nice. Terrible.
As you go down the stairs, you are pointed, pretty much when you come down the stairs, it's right to the front door. They point behind you, and you can see there are double doors directly behind, and under where those stairs are.
Guess we go through them.
But
Yeah.
it is the only way forward, so yeah.
Kaj,
You're so fucking annoying.
Yeah. As these doors open, now, do we want to do this tonight, or do we want to wait till next week?
can we get
No.
a little
Wait till next
introduction?
Yeah, can we get a little introduction then? Yeah.
Perfect. That's why I wanted to make sure, because I'm like, I have a map.
No.
I don't know if you want-
We've been going for 4 hours. I should probably go to sleep.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So as you walk in, this room is extremely large. It looks like this courtroom, this throne room, is almost the size of the entire base of this castle. But in the middle of these empty areas, there are large, jagged walls of ice that have just been pulled up from the ground. It looks like they were just created, cracking parts of the ground that are around it. You do see broken weapons that look to be made of ice strewn around that are about the size of a giant's. You see ahead of you, there is a level that is about 30 feet higher than the rest of the room. The ceilings are up to about 150 feet. The stairs around go up and to a platform which has a small balcony, 2 ice statues. If anyone wants to take a closer look to know anything about those, let me know. But there are 2 ice statues.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and do that.
Yes.
Is that perception or?
Perception or investigation?
Sure.
Never mind.
Oh
I
my
rolled a 4.
Fucking god, I rolled a natural 1.
At least this is your natural one, right?
That's still... I've had several. It's still a 9.
Okay.
I got a 17 perception.
17?
25.
25?
Expertise.
Oh, I rolled a 4.
A 4. This will be for Kazimir and Ragna then. Looking at these statues, you can see one of them looks to be a Yuan-ti, very similar to the kind that has the snake lower body. It looks like it's frozen in place, and it's been mounted. The second one looks like a very, it looks like how something certain was described to you all. This person is very curvaceous, wearing very minimum clothing. When you look at them, they seem to have like this big smile and pointed teeth. When you look closer, the ice is covering what would be normally a redder toned skin, making it slightly purple. This looks like this is one of the blood nymphs that was described. Behind that, there is an extremely large throne of ice. And a man that sits at it. His skin is a very steel blue color. His eyes are completely white. And he has a long beard that is braided into 3 parts with little pieces of, it looks shiny, but it may be glass, ice, or just some sort of bead or crystal. His hair is put back into a low bun, not very long hair, but it's at the base of his neck He just is grinning from ear to ear, sitting in this throne like he does, but he's acting like he owns the fucking place. His clothing is very minimal, other than some gauntlets, some shoulder, some like steel shoulder, what are they called? Andre, you have one.
Pauldrons?
Yes, pauldrons. He has a chest plate. The only real clothing that he has that isn't going to be armor is just like a toga skirt, just to cover the bottom. And he does
Just
have...
to cover his dick.
Just to cover the bottom. That's literally it. It is for just utility. And he is wearing some padding on his thighs and his shins as well, but he is wearing thick fucking shoes. He's just sitting there, hand on a giant ice sword.
When you say thick, do you mean like platforms?
No, they're like thick metal shoes.
Oh, okay. It's like...
But they're like...
You got some high day shoes, buddy?
They're chonky. Okay.
You're wearing go-go boots.
He might wear go-go boots. He might be short for a giant. You leave him alone.
Listen.
But he's just sitting there, one thumb like this, and he's just like looking over you all and goes, "You weren't very slow. You were very loud."
Fuck is this bitch's name?
Samson.
Your Samson.
I'd like to hope that there were no other giants that were made of frost around here to take my name. And he sits up, his hands on his knees, and he leans forward. Why did you break into my home?
To kill you.
He's still smiling and he just begins to chuckle.
To take from you the honor that you don't deserve.
You are far too official. I just prefer the truth.
Okay. We're challenging you for the hand of the Viper Queen.
All of us?
Which one of you?
Me!
All of you?
What?
He's going to stand up.
Audibly.
Yeah, exactly. All audibly. What?
He stands up and he seems exponentially tall on this platform, but he comes down the stairs. The sword is dragging along the floor. He's just kind of pulling it with him haphazardly. He goes,
Fucking
it. And he's just like, you're not her type.
How would you know what her type is? Just looks the giant up and down with the most vitriolic bitch stare that he can.
Oh.
He's going to come up and he's going to go, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm going to challenge you all. So let it be with honor. And if you strike first, I will not play fair. Understood?
Damn, it's a shame you and I have a lot of similar values. That's a shame.
It's a damn shame.
He's going to squat in front of Bastion. He still has to look down. And he narrows his eyes. She likes them. I'm not going to say taller, because that vampire is very short. But he's kind of like looking at your shirt. You dress like you don't care.
Excuse me?
That was like the most dishonorable thing to say the Bastion.
Oh no. Oh no.
You dress like you're covering things up. When you dress, you should accentuate yourself, and for you, it seems like you are hiding.
Please do some fucking tuxedo mask, like
These
muscle robe shit.
are you. I don't want to insinuate that perhaps you haven't had access to quite the level of care that someone such as me might have, but I would suggest when next you find yourself within arm's reach, which for you is quite significant, of any sort of eye doctor, you take the time to visit them, because my ass looks fantastic in these pants and you can practically see my entire chest through this shirt. So I won't be taking any advice from you on what to wear. I've been inside of your closet and it's fucking depressing.
I didn't mean physically. But okay.
Whatever
you fine physically.
Whatever you meant to say, I heard it loud and clear. I
was whispering. I was afraid I'd knock you over.
I don't care for your patronization.
I'm just trying to make conversation.
I was not finished. I didn't come here to fuck around. I came here to challenge you to one-on-one combat for the hand of the Viper Queen, and I intend to do so.
One-on-one.
I think Ragna slaps a hand over his mouth.
Oh, no. I heard one-on-one, and I would love that.
Bastion.
It won't be to the death, because I don't want to kill you. I think you and I could have a very good time. I would like to fight you one-on-one, but I'd love your friends to sit by, be comfortable. I can bring refreshments. This will probably be a show. But if you dishonor the fight, there will be no kindness. Understood? I didn't catch your name. Shit. You. Can you remove your hand so I can speak to this one?
I think it's just regret. It's just like a big old... and he just removes his hand.
My name is Bastion Diamandus.
Mr. Diamandus, nice to meet you.
I didn't ask for your kindness.
And I can tell you're very hostile. Look, I can win many fights, so I prefer to do them honorably. And what is most fun for me is to, work together, make a deal. I'm not going to kill you. That would be no fun for me. I have no reason. But if we fight this way, I have a couple little rules. And you have to agree. And if you break them, again, my kindness is very thin at that point.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Why are you laughing?
I'm just thinking. Just keep going.
Oh no, he's done. He's waiting for your response.
Oh. What are your rules?
Number 1, if we fight one-on-one, it is one-on-one. I'm not going to bring my people. You do not bring in yours. Once the fight is over, you can get any healing or anything you may need. Number 2, and I'm being kind on this, I normally fight a person once. It's normally because they die after. But if we fight this one time, if you try to fight me again, I will not be fair, and I will kill you.
God damn it.
Number 3. I got 3 rules. We have to drink together first. And solidarity. Your friends can join in on that. I will not disinclude them. We don't have to fight directly, after if you're too... It would be no fun to fight a boozy little man. So, I'd rather wait until you are fine again. But, it is part of tradition. Have you ever been to TotalPartyKiss? The major one, not the minor one.
Have I been to TotalPartyKiss?
Have you? Oh, probably not. I thought you were asking him, and he's like, I don't know. And probably not. I mean, it's not like a vacation spot. It's mostly people go there for business. The people who move there are either giant kin like Goliath, Cyclops, giant themselves, or they're running away from something.
No, I've never been to
most people
TotalPartyKiss. TotalPartyKiss? What the fuck is it?
TotalPartyKiss. Oh, it is very lovely. You should visit. Not a lot of people do, but it's very nice. One half, all ice. The other half, all fire. I prefer the frozen half myself.
Is there still an option where we all fight you together?
Well, if you do that... Did you see everyone outside? That is not everyone. They are free to do it as they wish if it is not a challenge. But each of you can fight me on your own. Or if we bet the stakes up a bit higher. But again, it will not be for death because, no offense. But are you always this entertaining? Your group? This is interesting to me.
I imagine it's not difficult to top whatever kind of entertainment you get out here.
I mean, there's some fun things.
Okay.
I've seen a desert lizard before. That was fun.
That is... Wow. That's sad.
The desert is awful. I'm only here for her. I would not be here by choice.
You seem to have chosen to...
Yeah, I was... That is what I wanted to ask before.
I'm going to sit now. You guys are... The squatting hurts. And he's going to just sit crisscross applesauce on the ground. He has his sword in his lap.
You're not here by choice. What does that mean?
I would not choose to be in the middle of the desert.
Who is making you stay here?
I wouldn't say love, but admiration for the Viper Queen. She's very powerful.
Is that admiration of your own accord or admiration that was...
Oh, by the way, his eyes are not X'd out.
Oh! That's a big detail!
You guys didn't ask!
He's just horny.
He's just horny.
He's just horny.
I think she just has a lot of... There are a lot of bad things, don't get me wrong. But she has a certain, The Cloud Giants have said it. Je ne sais quoi.
Cloud Giants are French?
Cloud Giants French confirmed.
I feel like they have that very, smooth language, which would have to,
So if we fight one-on-one, we don't fight to the death.
No. But if you're fighting for her hand, I would say you have to get in line. There's at least 3 others of us.
And have they come directly to you to challenge you?
No, they'd be dead.
Then I don't see what they have to do with the situation.
I'm just telling you for your own good.
Whoa.
Do you think I would be here if I didn't know what I was getting into?
I don't know, not in your head. But this is a horrible place to be, so I guess so.
Another question. What's with all of the animals and the yetis that have the X's in their eyes?
The what?
The X's. They have your X's in their eyes. It's a sign of, I'm guessing, the Viper Queens. But you don't have them.
I don't know what you're talking about. I see very minimally.
So you don't know that your Yetis are possessed? Taken over by a brain worm snake thingy?
Are they? I mean, they're
Yes.
following my orders very well, and I don't understand them. So I just go through. I go through the head. So I don't.
They're infected with a kind of best I can describe is like it's like a snake worm that influences and transforms you into a Methuselah, and that is all of your forces except for you.
Do they look like snakes?
Yes,
Mm.
they do.
If that's what she wants, that's what she gets. But they're still listening to me. That's the important part. They've always followed me. They came here with me by choice.
And they wanted to be taken over by choice.
I don't know anything about that, to be honest. All I know is I take good care of them. They have a place to stay, food to eat, a bath if they would ever use it. But
Why did you leave Tonikis? It's a beautiful country.
oh, we're getting into deep stories. Would you like to stay for dinner? I guess.
Would you give us just a moment to talk? Just one moment, please. Turn around and gather everybody up.
Okay.
What are we doing?
I don't know, Bastion. I was about to ask you the same thing.
Well,
the
it's
fuck
What
was that?
the fuck was that?
it seemed like the best option because obviously if we're gonna fight him, everybody together would have been all of those creatures against us. We would never have one, or just have one person go up against it. And I figured what I could do was say, I challenge you to a duel, and then obviously it's a duel by proxy, and so Ragna or Kazimir, you would fight for me.
Well, we could just do that.
But you would be fighting one-on-one with him.
In your name.
In my name. Yes, correct, in my name. As opposed to us fighting all these creatures together. We're
we can do
whispering
that.
Serenity.
I know you are.
We can do that.
He's not paying attention. He's just kind of sitting.
That's what I think.
I feel like
We can do that.
there are things we're missing in conversation, especially the fact that he doesn't have the X's in his eyes or a brainworm.
Why does that matter?
Means he's not like the rest of them.
But he's still trying
To win her hand,
to
but we
win
don't
her
see
hand.
We'll
don't
let
see
them
any-
kill him.
we don't see any outward violence, like we saw with the last one or the one before that.
This one is simply defending his keep.
Did the last suitor have X's in his eyes? I can't remember.
Yes. Mhm.
He did.
And they were planning to expand and do terrible things, but this one, he didn't even know that his forces were taken over.
How are we to know that he's not going to be infected in the future? Maybe the brainworms just haven't gotten to him yet.
I don't know, but he
New of a
seems...
suitor is he? Excuse me, suitor sir.
Oh, wait, no, that is not my name. That is a weird title. That's
Samson.
not Samson. What is your name?
Samson.
That is not your name. That's my name. What is your name?
Melaena.
Yes, Miss Melaena. Is that your last name too? Do you just have one name, one title?
Just
Like me?
one name.
Hey, okay.
No,
Yes.
no. -2 charisma, baby. How recent have you been a suitor to the Viper Queen?
I thought we were going to talk over back stuff during dinner. Is that not
It's
what you're
just a quick
discussing?
question now. Just a quick question now. Compared to the other three, are you the newest?
Oh, no. The newer ones are is the vampire. That's the newest one.
Thank you. Back to the huddle.
Oh, okay. I will be here if you need me.
What are we even trying to do here in the first place? If we're not trying to fucking get rid of all the suitors, what are we even trying to do in the first place? What's the point of what we're doing?
I
thought we were supposed to kill all of them. What are we doing here?
I thought we were going to take care of our suitor, but if he doesn't even know that if he doesn't know anything like the other ones do, then that makes him a victim.
Serenity, what are we doing?
What are we meant to do?
We're meant to kill the suitors, right? Like that's like what our job is right now. Is to fucking end the Viper Queen's like shit that she's doing.
Okay, let me put this in a roundabout. I'm going to give you the answers in a roundabout way.
Okay.
1, the suitors were on the way to the Viper Queen. You guys decided to go for the suitors. 2, you didn't tell him that you're here to kill him or kill the Viper Queen. You said you were a suitor.
Yes.
True.
There you go.
I feel like telling him that we're here to kill the Viper Queen wouldn't go over as well. This is out of character. Which is why I was like, I'm a suitor.
I think if we tell him over dinner that like the Viper Queen is bad and she's been infecting people and those
Everybody
people
knows
are.
she's bad. Did you not hear him before?
He thinks that's hot.
What he
horny
said,
for the bad.
Like that's why he's here.
what he said so far is like, it's like, do you know your forces are infected? He's like, I mean, as long as they're still listening to me, it's fine. And then the second thing he said was, it's like, I know that she has some bad things, but she has certain je ne sais quoi.
So
What does je ne sais quoi means?
It's something you can't say is the literal like translation is like you can't
That's
name
dumb.
it. It's like something you can't name, but it's still like
But you're saying it,
attractive.
but you're naming it. Anyway.
I love
naming
you
it by
guys
saying that you
say
can't
no
name it.
wrong.
what?
I said, and they were like, that's stupid. I was like, you guys say no wrong. So, I love you.
Nord.
no.
What an
Nard.
accent, Serenity. We don't have a term that literally means naming something that's translated into not being able to name something.
Anyway. Okay. Then
I love you.
anyway, maybe we could just say one-on-one fight. Go get dinner so we can explain, and then maybe you all can say, yeah, we don't know why he's so into her. She sucks and is clearly trying to take advantage of his skills and then kill him, or something like that. Because maybe she's just trying to take his folks who are supporting him right now.
Yeah.
And that's why they're all taken over. And she just hasn't had the opportunity to take him over yet.
I think that's what it is. Like she has his forces, and he doesn't know better. He doesn't know what they've done because he can't see what they've done. He's fucking blind.
Is this in character or out of character?
No, this is not in character. But
Okay.
Ragna
Mine
will
We're
was-
allowed to discuss out of character. It's fine. At the beginning.
Ragna will, but if it's brought up, Ragna will say he doesn't know because he can't see. He can't see the atrocities of what the Viper Queen has done. If
I
we
was just
explain
kind
it-
of insulting
says
him,
that
but maybe
the
he does
only-
genuinely just need classes.
He also says the only reason that he doesn't question it is because he still follows orders. What if they're only following his orders until the Viper Queen arrives?
Exactly.
Do
Will
we
they still
mention the
listen to him
fact that we
then?
have killed the other suitors?
No.
No?
Why would we do that?
I feel like that would give us kudos.
I guess we
Just
could
say,
say
like-
we had that I had faced them in one-on-one combat and succeeded.
Okay, well, if we're going with your original idea, you didn't fight them anyway.
I could have fought that one. Maybe I'm tired from fighting.
Oh, poor you. Anyway.
I
think talking to him over dinner and explaining the world situation will help.
We need to decide what we are going to tell him before dinner. Doesn't have to be now, but before dinner. Maybe he'll let us go wash up or something.
I think we need to tell him the truth about the Viper Queen and all of the details.
The
about
truth? Like the truth?
The truth.
I don't think that's going to help. We have to embellish the truth a little bit. Otherwise, why would he listen to us?
Why would he listen to us now? He broke into his house and yet here we are.
I mean, he's currently listening to me, so... And I'm embellishing the truth a great deal.
Yes, you are, but...
You're also saying things he wants to hear, I think.
Yes.
Let's just see what happens at dinner.
We can't just go in like, let's see what happens. We should have a plan.
I say we tell him...
We'll figure out what to say, and then...
We can't tell the future, and I say we tell him the truth. The entire truth. If he is an honorable man who is willing to fight you in one-on-one combat, and all of us in one-on-one combat, the man has morals, can't say ours, then he will listen.
Does he have morals if he's truly okay with being in command of an army that has no will?
I would like to find out.
Morals mean nothing in the face of, frankly, just being horny. Like, it's a trump card. You can have lots of things that you think are hard lines, and then as soon as you get into the thick of it, no.
That's true.
Gross.
Into the thick of it.
Ugh. Okay, what are we doing, you guys?
I think we should talk.
I think we should talk.
I think
We should say,
talk
hey,
more.
yes, dinner, can we also go maybe do have a hot spring somewhere? And we go and talk.
A hot spring.
There's
You
a
think
hot
this man
spring.
has a hot
Yes.
spring?
Maybe. He says he has a shower at least.
Doesn't mean it's hot.
That's also true.
Let's just ask if we can talk more before dinner, and then...
Do you have any hot water?
For cooking? Yes.
For bathing.
Oh, we can make it.
Perfect.
I mean, you need to bathe before dinner? We're not going to be eating food all over. It's just hands and mouth.
My colleagues and I require a hot bath before dinner. It's a cultural thing. Yes.
It's a cultural. Oh. He's gonna look to Kazimir, who is like the most relatable to him at this point. He's gonna go, you take baths together? Not to be weird or
Kazimir.
disrespectful. Do it.
Do it.
Yes. I think Ragna will say Ragna will say in giant. Ragna will say in giant. These public bathhouses are popular in the cities where we are from. And we don't know many of these people, and we don't trust those with the cross eyes. So.
Oh, okay. And now that he's speaking giant, he doesn't have an accent anymore. It seems very fluid. That's no problem. I can arrange it. I didn't know that they're normal before dinner. That's new.
We've been traveling through the deserts for a while, and I think all we can really taste is sand.
I want you to enjoy your meal, so very good point. And he's going to stand up. You hear you hear a couple cracks from him, like standing. You know how bodies do. He's like standing up, and he's like, okay. And he begins to talk again in Giant to everyone. Ragna's understanding that he's explaining, and he goes, "Shit. All right. So sorry. I got caught in common tongue, or my common tongue.
Understandable.
I will get you a bath, and you do what you need to do. I guess dinner will take a while anyway, since we need to prepare." Hey, welcome in, guys.
Thanks for that raid.
They're trying to not fight a giant.
And probably ending soon, but it's fine.
Yeah, probably ending soon. I will do that. Dinner will take time to cook. Is there anything else you need? Have I been ignoring any other cultural things?
Not.
Magic weapons, yes or no?
Oh, in the fight?
Yes.
Yeah. If you want. If one person has a magic weapon, then the other person probably won't. So it will make it even. How about that? Unless they're using a magic against me. Because if they're using magic against me, then I get to use my magic weapon.
You're... I like you a lot, I'm not going to lie. You understand.
And he looks at you, you can see, he's looking your direction. He goes, I haven't heard that in a long time. If you appreciate my morals, then you are a friend. Alright, go wash up, I'll have someone take you. And, you hear him say something. Does anyone speak Primordial?
No.
Oh, no.
Maybe Melaena.
Melaena might. I'll ask when they get back. But you hear something in a low voice, and you see this little buzzing around his head. When it comes up to you, you see this small little elemental creature. Has a very sharp nose. It looks like it's made of ice. And it goes, come with me, and begins to zoom. Waits for you until you get closer and begins to zoom again.
Hey, listen.
Do you speak Primordial, Melaena?
Yes.
Cool. You heard the frost giant tell this little elemental creature an ice method to show you where where the bathing would be, and to prepare water, and then to bring you back promptly. He understands, and then he comes over, tells you to follow him. And he begins to quickly go that direction, sees that you're not following, waits until you get to a certain point and keeps going. It's kind of the stop and go thing. He takes you actually back upstairs, to the other side of the hallway you guys didn't go to one side with a very large door. When he opens the door, there is a room this is the first place in here that is not completely made of ice. You see that there are tubs that have been looks like they've been carved out of wood and then covered in some sort of film so you don't get hurt. But you can fill those with hot water.
Hell yeah.
And he says something like he speaks that low guttural language, which is very odd to come out of this small thing, to a yeti. The yeti begins to listen and proceeds to start bringing water to the... There's only one tub. It's not that big. but he fills it. And
Alright,
you guys are
everybody.
left. You're left to your room. The ice Mephit's like, I will be outside if you need me. If you need me, just knock twice, and I will check on you in a little bit.
Does the method have crossings in his eyes or no?
You're gonna have to investigate because he's very small.
I will do the thing and look in his
right up in
eyes.
his
And he's
face.
very fast.
Can I also look?
Absolutely. Anyone who wants to.
18.
18?
Oh, hell yeah. I got a 21.
21? Natural 20? Hell yeah. Bastion?
I'm rolling good
I
tonight.
got an 18.
You guys do really well. You all can see that he does.
Oh boy.
Like, I feel so bad for this guy.
Didn't he just make that guy?
No, that guy
No,
was-
he brought him. He came.
Oh,
out.
he called him.
he called
Yeah,
him over.
Right.
He summoned him.
Yes. Not like summoned him, but like called him over.
Come here. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But he leaves. The door is shut behind him by the Yeti. He cannot move that door. And you guys are left in the room by yourselves with one tub that could probably fit Melaena and Bastion, like maximum, in at once.
I'm getting in. Can we do this talk next episode?
Yeah.
All right, next episode, they will have a talk and they'll see what they are going to do with Samison. Christ, you guys.
I would like to imagine that it's just Bastion in the tub and everyone's just like standing around, just like talking.
I really think that's how it's gonna go, and I'm so excited for it. Wait, did Bastion just strip?
Oh, fully, yeah.
Oh,
He was just
Bastion
like-
just strips.
Time to go. Just into the tub.
All of his
Into the
cool.
tub. It's nice and warm. There's no essential oils though. It's sad, but I mean, it's the best. This is probably the best bath you've had since like that city.
Fuck yeah,
So
man.
hell yeah. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and head out. Before we leave, we're gonna go over a couple things. First of all, we have a Redbubble now. If you want to buy any merch, we do have the Tragedy of Theolosian stuff. If you are wanting to look, we also have Faith and Friends and our two other shows, which, by the way, are two other shows. Mondays at the same time, which is 8:30 EST and 5:30 PST, is going to be Witches of Woodside. And then every other Wednesday, we're going to have Sellsword Saga. The other half is either a one-shot or a long shot or whatever we need to do. Because we're human and we need to change shit up. Thank you to Geeky Clean. Feel free to buy from them. They're fantastic. Don't be like Bastion. Fucking put a bath bomb in your bath. Don't have a boring bath.
It's not my fault.
It is your
in the
fault.
middle of the
I
desert.
feel like you're taking this really personally. Are you okay? I love you so much. Thank you to Sirenscape for the vibes. Because boy, did we need them today. Thank you so much. We do have a Patreon as well that supports all of our shows. You can join us for as little as $1 and see all of our cool stuff that's been going on and help support us. Speaking of supporting us, if you donate
So
in
can
any
I
way...
chime in really quick about the Patreon?
Oh, yeah.
Also, if you've been a Patreon, if you've like, I don't know what the term is, but if you
Patron.
were
If you've been a
previously,
patron.
if you've been a patron previously at our higher levels, you won't be able to access our content at those higher levels. You need to re-subscribe with the new amount and then adjust if you'd still like to use the same amount.
Sounds good. Yeah. So everyone who was in there before will need to do a readjustment. But if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I mean, we have our social medias, which, by the way, one of our people does the two of them. You can reach out through our social medias if you do have questions, or through our link tree. We do have an email as well. Why did you guys flip me off? That's rude.
We were
There's a
paid.
flip off.
We were paid. We were paid. What do you want? We were paid. Not
You're
a fault.
paid.
All right.
It's fine.
Speaking of which, anything that you donate through or buy through that supports us, 10% is going to be going to supporting Line 3, which if I activists need our help because being an activist is hard. I'm stealing Sloane's whole slogan here, but our little bit of money can help them either get a lawyer or just support them while they're out there. If for any chance the line gets finished, or they go ahead and stop it, and they no longer need our support, we will be going to Honor the Earth, which is a native charity suggested by them. So we're still supporting something fantastic.
I do want to say, I think you said we're going to support line 3. I just
no.
Stopping line 3.
I'm so sorry. I meant stopping line 3. Stop it.
Yes.
Get some help. I don't know what I'm talking about. The good one, where we're not ruining our world and Earth and ruining people's shit. So stop it. Stop line 3. I want to over-reiterate so then I could save my ass.
Good.
We're going to go ahead and go around. All of our socials are going to be in here.
Yes.
If you want to check out any of our work, check out our link trees. I'm Serenity. You can find me on TikTok as Clickety Clack Snack. You can also find me sometimes here. Always on Faith Fiends and Friends. I literally never leave. I have nothing else to do with my life. I am the DM, and then you can check me out tomorrow as well on Witches of Woodside.
Hell yeah! Hi everybody, my name's Andre. I go by Dice Goblin Andre here on Twitch and Twitter and sometimes other places. I do all the character art for F3, including the limited run Witches busts that are on sale until next Monday. I do art streams on my own Twitch channel, and tomorrow I'll be doing it with Sloan for another tag team art stream. I am also the DM for the Sellsword Saga, which is every other Wednesday. This week we're going to be taking up a mission with a business and law professor warlock. So that's going to be fun. I am also on Tuesday actually going to be on Ephemeral Forest for a Lasers and Feelings one shot.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Just a whole week of D&D.
Whole week.
You're not going to get a break, but that's good.
No breaks.
Yeah.
No breaks on this train.
No.
Hi everybody, my name is Sloan, aka Art Plebe, and you can find me here on Twitch at Art Plebe. I am doing 25 Days of Hades, which is where I play the game Hades at least for 1 hour every single day until the end of August, which is August 31st is my birthday, where I turn 25. And I am trying to get credits on Hades before my birthday. If I can make it, we'll see what happens.
Who are you trying to romance?
Everyone.
Hell yeah.
Greedy bitch.
Okay. You can find me here on Sunday nights at 8:30 p.m. EST /5:30 p.m. PST for playing Bastion on Tragedy of the Theolosian, and you can also find me in a long-term campaign on the Welcome Inn, which is another Twitch channel. We stream at 7 p.m. EST on Friday nights, and I play Barney, the half-elven Circle of Storms Druid, a subclass which I homebrewed, and my DM very thankfully said okay to. And yeah, that is pretty much me. Also, you can find me on Twitter, also Artplebe. I'm hilarious, so follow me. Ding! Next.
Oh, I got pain. I breathed in too, much.
I'm so excited for hello.
Hello, I'm Deb. I go by Chaotic Bunny on all the socials. Speaking of socials, I am also in charge of the Fabians and Friends socials. I run the TikTok, and Christian helps me with the tweeters because I am not awake in American times. You can find me here in Tragedy of Theolosion. You can also find me on Mondays for Witches of Woodside playing a sorority sorcerer warlock who hasn't been sleeping. Find out why next time on Dragon Ball Z.
And it's no longer bitchy.
It's no longer bitchy.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christian, aka Fluffy Goomba on several socials. mainly on TikTok, but you can find me, and this will be a double feature, on fee5fofum.com because I'm looking for an Englishman, and pbskids.com because just like they do, we appreciate viewers like you. Thank you.
Oh, Christian, that was so good.
That was good.
Oh
Fun.
shit!
That was excellent.
What a wonderfully wholesome way
What a
to
wonderful wholesome.
leave this.
I am also
All
looking
right.
for an Englishman.
No, right. We will see you all next week. Hopefully we'll see some of you tomorrow. You have a great rest of your week. Fucking take some time to yourself. Everyone's having a hard time right now. Fucking breathe.
Yeah.
We got you. Big love. We'll see you next week.
Say goodbye.
Bye. Bye.